Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin our meeting with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
And we'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Green.
Thank you. If you could please rise, put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And our city clerk has a statement to read.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate under presentation portion of the agenda only, and there are no presentations. Maybe we'll make an exception for C1 today.
Okay, and speaking of C1, we'll be there shortly. To address the city council, to speak on an item on the agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you want to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside of the chamber doors. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the council. We have one item on our consent calendar. Do we have any public speakers? Okay. So with that, we'll move to our consent agenda, which is the approval of city manager employment agreement. And I see Councilmember Joe Green would like to speak first.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. As staff is in this room knows, we've been without a city manager since the middle of September, so about 6 months, and had a pretty good search, lots of candidates. And at the end of the day, the council is appointing Mr. John Conley as our city manager. So we went over the contract, put some other stipulations in there. There are a couple reviews coming up. So 6 months and a year, we'll definitely check in, make sure he's working with staff, working with council. But with that, I just want to say thank you to staff for working so hard through this process. I know that it's been an uncertain time, kind of like juggling fireballs here and there, a little bit of that here as well. But we're hoping that with this, selection that we will be able to move forward and work together to just make the city the best that it can possibly be. And I definitely look forward to working with our new city manager and watching him help balance our cast of characters up here. So thank you so much. And with that, I would move to approve the city manager's employment agreement as presented.
Thank you very much, Council Member. And I would join you in your remarks. We're very excited to be welcoming John Conley as our new city manager today. All of you, of course, know him well, and many, many, many members of our community know him very well. And he enjoys a great reputation, and so we're very proud that he's going to be our new Chief Executive Officer. And I would second your motion. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Well, I actually was going to second it, but I also do have a comment. The reason that we're getting a new city manager is because the council put forward what I think is the right move, which is to have a more inclusive and collaborative way of hiring our director positions. But I will say that I am unsatisfied in the process of selecting a city manager. I would charge our new city manager, who I have full confidence in, but I would charge our new city manager to help us put forward an actual policy moving forward that has more transparency on how we make this decision of city manager. I think it could have been handled at a much more professional level than it was. And I think that was, I will take, if no one else up here wants to take blame for it, I will certainly take blame for maybe not taking into consideration how spending a little bit more money and actually having a hiring recruitment search could have been a better way to move this process and move through the interview process. Because I will say, having an hour and 20 minutes to interview our CEO of our city is probably not the best process. So I will say moving forward, I look forward to creating a much more transparent and better process in the case that we need to review the position for city manager. whatever council that might be. But with that, since I didn't get to second the motion, but I do third it. And I know I'm a very demanding council member. I have shown that to our previous city manager, our acting city manager, and I for sure will have the same amount of vigor in pursuing community projects that need to be done. So I have a full list of things, and I'm probably going to transfer it to Excel sheet just to make it easier. But with that, I know that the community has a lot of confidence in Mr. Connolly, as do I, and it will be a learning experience, and I look forward to being part of that learning experience with Mr. Connolly. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I agree with those sentiments that it certainly has been a learning experience. I think that when it comes to this decision, the decision of who to hire for our city manager, it is the most important decision that the city council makes, because the city manager is invested in the day-to-day operations and will have to work with each individual council member and the mayor to fulfill the vision of the council here. And in my past 2 years of serving on Vista City Council, I've had to work very closely with our city manager's office. There would be often times where I would be in the minority on the council, where the rest of my colleagues might not agree with me or want to fulfill a certain project that was part of my vision and my task that was taken on by the community that they asked me to do. But I found that the city manager's office is such an important role in our role as leaders here on this side of the table, because the city manager is going to execute that vision on behalf of the entire city. So it is an incredible task, and it does require strong leadership and vision. And I believe that Mr. Connolly will do his duties diligently, and I look forward to working with him. But I do certainly have grievances about the process. One of the things that I have learned is how important it is to not just get to know people's personalities, but also get to know them based on their experience and the projects that they have in their background and the type of work that they've done in the past. And I think that Mr. Connolly brings an incredible level of experience, having worked here in Vista for such an impressive amount of time, that we should certainly have confidence in him that he cares about our city. So I do certainly have confidence in Mr. Connolly that he does care about our city. And I'm looking forward to more conversations with him where we can get to know each other better and we can learn how we can execute the vision that we have for the city through the city manager's office. And I really appreciate working with my council on this. It was the first time that I have ever had to venture into hiring an executive position. So it certainly was a learning experience, and I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I also want to thank our acting city manager, Amanda Lee, for all the work that she has put in for these past, 6 months or so. I've appreciated working with you this entire time, my brief time on this council, so thank you for that. Mr. Connolly, I just want to congratulate you again. You're over 20 years of service to the city, your community. I know you've raised your family here. You're very dedicated. I know you're beloved by the staff and a lot of people outside of the city. So I look forward to working with you moving forward. I know that the direction of the council will probably bend you in a lot of different ways, and all, I think, for good. And I look forward to having those discussions with you and just moving forward with Vista. So congratulations.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to join you in your remarks in thanking our interim city manager, Amanda Lee, who's done a fine job serving the city in that capacity for the last number of months. And I just want to generally say thank you to all of our employees who took a moment to be with us today. We are, as a council, very proud of you and the professional job that you do serving our city every single day. We get a lot of really positive remarks. And honestly, after 8 years on the council, almost no complaints, really, truly, about our employees. Just a lot of really positive feedback. And of course, us council members always have priorities and want to do things that are important to us better and faster. But this is really an impressive organization of people. We have a culture that we can be very proud of. And I want to thank each and every one of you for all the contributions that you make day in and day out to our city and that you're going to make in the future. And I see Councilmember Melendez would like to be recognized.
Thank you. And I just have to make sure I take a chance to give a shout out to Miss Amanda Lee. You have been amazing during this interim period. I think that you really took on this role and took care of our city staff in an incredible way. And I hope that as Mr. Conley takes this position, that you are able to continue to shine and use your expertise, because I have just had an immense pleasure working with you, and we got a lot of stuff done in a couple of months, right? So really positive attitudes coming from the city manager's office, and I'm sure that this transition is not going to change that. So thank you so much.
And Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, I don't think when I said your name, Amanda, that I actually gave you the sincere congratulations that you deserve for stepping up to this role. And it's been incredible to work with you directly. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. So thank you so much for taking so much time out of your precious 24 hours a day to commit to making the city excellent. And yeah, just thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak or speakers, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Conley.
That was totally out of order.
That was really amazing, and I think every one of us here on the dais knows we made the right choice. Thank you for your warm support. We really appreciate that. I know Mr. Conley does. Okay, that'll take us to our first discussion item of two. The first item is discussion of fiscal year 2023, 2024, and 24-25 operating budget overview. Finance Director Mike Silvio will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. This first discussion item, it is the budget overview, and in the past, it's really focused just on the upcoming two-year budget cycle, in this case, fiscal years ending 24 and 25. And we will get to that discussion. However, the city staff's been working on a new element to our budgeting and analysis process, which is a new long-term financial plan. And it's a 10-year analysis of the general fund's revenues, expenditures, and portions of the fund balance as it relates to general fund reserves. In addition, the long-term financial plan utilizes analysis that we completed with the February 2022 pension workshop, as well as the June 22 general fund reserves risk-based analysis. That June analysis, June 22 analysis was provided by Mr. Shane Kavanaugh, and he's here with us today. He's also been our consultant on the current project with the long-term financial plan. Mr. Kavanaugh is a senior technical manager with the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA. And the GFOA is the nonprofit organization which sets best practices in the field of local and state government finance. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Shane, and once he completes the overview of this new long-term financial plan, then both he and city staff will be available for questions.
Mike, and good to see you all here today in person. I'm going to be presenting, as Mike mentioned, the long-term, are we good with the audio? I'm getting some, okay, good. The long-term analysis and stress test of the general fund revenues and expenditures. And for some of you, this will be a refresher. For others, it will be new information. So let's jump in. What project did we perform? We conducted a 10-year analysis of the city's revenue and expenditures. And we looked at really two elements. One is sustainability, which is the ability of the city to continue on in the path it has set forth, given its available revenues. And the question, though, with sustainability is, well, what if the city encounters some unexpected shock or stress, with a recession being a pretty good example of that? So hence, our analysis also looked at this idea of resiliency, which is the city's ability to bounce back or otherwise maintain its trajectory despite shocks or stresses. So how did we do this? Is we use a technique called computer simulation, where we essentially create a multiverse, and chats with some of the city council members. I understand this method has inspired some of your cinematic viewing habits recently. So, but basically what this is getting at is in the idea of, like, say, Marvel films or whatever else that has made the multiverse very popular nowadays. We are creating hundreds of parallel universes of the city, and we're seeing how the city's financial trajectory plays out given different risks that the city could come across, like recessions being a big one. And one of the implications here is that we can address both especially good and bad outcomes and everything in between. And this contrasts with, let's say, your traditional budget presentation, where the traditional budget presentation essentially has to pick a number. And sometimes that can present some challenges, and I'll give you an example. One of the city's revenue sources is intergovernmental revenue, and this includes a lot of different revenue sources from the state, and sometimes the city might get a grant or some other revenue that provides a bit of a bump or a spike in the revenues. And when we look at the city's history, this tends to take place once every 5 years, or in other words, 20% of the time. So in a budget, you can't really budget for 20% of a spike, but in our model, in a simulation, you can say in 20% of our parallel universes, let's see what happens if that spike is part of the program. And then finally, I'll mention this is a living model. So the model can be updated as new information comes to light and new things are learned, with a prime example being, if we move into the next fiscal year, we'll know more about how certain key revenues behave, with, like, for example, cannabis being one that is, I think, top of many people's minds. Okay, kind of the next point here is a little bit about this kind of idea of looking at the full range of possibilities. I'm going to share with you a concept known as the bell curve, or the normal distribution, which I think will help illustrate what we're getting at. And this is the height of American males, is something that happens to be normally distributed. And the vertical axis of that diagram is the frequency with which we can observe a given height. So the average American male is 5'9", so they're at the top of that curve, meaning the most frequent height is 5'9". Peter Dinklage from the Game of Thrones is shorter, so he is on a lower point of the curve, meaning someone of that height is less frequent. And then someone like Shaq is very tall, so he's also going to be at a low point on the curve, because you're not going to have people as tall as Shaq that often. And what does that have to do with city revenues, you may ask? City revenues can be thought of falling along a similar type of curve, and the kind of takeaway here is the top of that curve represents the single most likely number that revenues might be in the future. But if you look at the diagram, there's an equal amount of real estate to the left and to the right of the top of the curve. And what that means is that actual revenues stand a 50% chance of being to the left, which indicates a shortfall, or a 50% chance of being to the right, which would be extra revenue that you beyond your forecast. And most cities, most if not all cities, do not budget their expenditures right to the top of that curve, because that would mean you would give yourself a 50% chance of a deficit or a 50% chance of a surplus, and most folks do not like those odds. And the kind of other kind of takeaway here is that one of the nice things about our model and this approach is we can take into account the whole curve. So I'm talking about a budget that has to pick a point or pick a number. We can look at the whole curve and consider possibilities across this entire spectrum of outcomes. So I'm going to move on to my next point here, which is that all models are wrong, some are useful. And what that's getting at is that every model is a simplification of reality. It is not a perfect representation of kind of the reality as we live it. So we have a number of simplifying assumptions in our model, and I'm going to highlight for you some of the most important ones. There are a number of other kind of more minor assumptions in the model that are all listed comprehensively in a separate Word document for anyone who cares to check that out. So general assumptions is number one, inflation is slightly above 3% for the next few years and stabilizes at 3%. This is consistent with an HDL forecast. And for those that don't know, HDL is a company that provides long-term forecasts to the city for the two largest revenue sources, sales and property taxes. And within those forecasts, HDL is assuming those inflation numbers. So we want our numbers to be consistent with the HDL numbers. Number two is recessions occur at historical frequencies, lengths, and durations between recessions. So in other words, in our different parallel universes, recessions happen. You may have seen long-term forecasts in other contexts where it's just a number that just goes off into the future and the possibility of recessions are effectively ignored. We don't ignore that possibility. Those possibilities are absolutely 100% part of our parallel universes, and we use historical data to make sure that those different possibilities are historically plausible and also in line with kind of prior experiences. And then lastly, if a recession does happen, the city will probably not stand pat. In the past, it has cut spending by 2%, so we have an assumption in there to be consistent with past practice. Moving on to our general assumptions here, is the model does not assume any major policy changes to how the city spends or raises revenue, with one exception, what I will get to in a minute. But this does not mean you can't explore policy changes. We have a number of user-defined scenarios that are available to select on or off as you might like to do. And we have got a couple here I'm just going to highlight on the slide for some examples of the sorts of things that are built into the model right now. And again, these are user-definable, but we have a 5th ambulance, which involves adding 6 positions, 1 special purpose deputy every other year, increase in minimum wage due to state law, and then more recently, I understand the council's been discussing the possibility of a 3% wage increase, so that is also something that is built in, so all those are available. And now the exception there, I had the little asterisk. So the asterisk was referring to the fact that cannabis revenue is directed 100% to general fund spending. The model does not assume a special cannabis year-end earmark. And Sarah, I think you've been sharing with folks kind of a little more context around this, so this might not be a bad time to share that here.
Okay. So just a note that consistent with past city council direction, the amount of revenue being programmed into the operating budget is $4.5 million for the next 2 fiscal years. And basically the excess of what is anticipated to be received by the city is kind of essentially going into at a year-end set aside for city council to designate towards their directed allocations.
Cool, thank you so much. Moving on, was there a question? Sorry. All right, moving on to revenue assumptions.
I think we do have a question.
I do have a question, because you said that it was going to be 100% of revenue was going to be allocated towards the general fund. And then Sarah said this much is being allocated towards the general fund, and then the overage is used how it's typically used. So I was just confused because it sounded like you said 2 different things, but I understand we're calculating 100% of the income for like, hey, this is how much money we make purposes, but for budgeting purposes, we're still only allocating 4.5 million of the revenue towards the general fund per se, correct?
That's correct. It's the difference between what we're looking at in the long-term financial
Yes, that
model
extra-
and the actual budget itself.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure because you scared me. Thank you.
Well, good, we got to make sure we're catching those
Deputy Mayor,
questions. So.
Did you have a question?
Am I being recognized?
Yes.
Okay, just wasn't sure. So yes, I just have a question. Well, it's more of a comment, less of a question. When we're looking at cannabis tax dollars, right? Originally, we were putting $4 million towards our general fund, and the rest as a wish list for the council. But I just want to point attention to the fact that we have used this volatile reserve volatile revenue of cannabis tax to pay for ongoing expenses, and that's why now we're at almost 4.5 million. So just wanted to draw attention to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to the revenue assumptions here. So back to our friends HDL. HDL forecasts are integrated into the model. And what we did is we looked at their past forecasts, compared those to actual revenues, and no forecast is perfect. And HDL's is no exception. And they were kind enough to share with us all this data that allowed us to essentially analyze what the difference is and then use that difference to inform our different parallel universes. So in some parallel universe, let me give you a good example, in fact. When we look at the HDL property tax forecasts, they are always a bit under actual revenue, and HDL told us that, hey, there's certain information we don't get access to, so hence our revenue forecast is going to be a bit under what the actuals will be. And by looking at all the past history, we're able to see, well, how much under are they normally? And then we use that to inform the construction of these different parallel universes. So we can say, well, here's the revenue the city is likely to get based on the fact that we know the HDL forecast is typically going to be a bit under. And then my last point on this slide is we tried to use assumptions that are objective as possible. And what I'm getting at there is, if we remember back to that bell curve, we are looking to represent every point of that curve equally and not to overemphasize any one particular section of that curve to the exclusion of another section. A little more about revenue assumptions is we've got charges for services are a pretty big revenue source for the city. So I think worth reviewing here is that we have rec fees slowly recovering to pre-pandemic levels, meaning they've been rising slowly but surely since then, and they will eventually get there. We see the amphitheater remaining stable, so that's been a positive development for the city in recent years, so that's great. We've got building, planning, and engineering fees remaining level with prior history. The idea here is that the city is past the point in its development where it's a high growth city, so hence lower growth in those types of permitting, planning, engineering fees. Fire Protection District grows about equal with property taxes. When we look at the history of the Fire Protection District, its revenues are very tightly linked to what property tax revenues are. And then lastly, we have ambulance fees, which in the model grow with population, and population is expected to remain quite stable over the next 10 years with very little growth. So that means we're not projecting a whole lot of population-based growth in ambulance fees. And then cannabis here is we worked with a cannabis economist who specializes in forecasting cannabis revenue. And he was showing, among other things, that the illegal, semi-legal market legalizes eventually in the future, which does contribute to market growth. Our model also does include we'll call it a simulation for surrounding jurisdictions eventually opening their own retailers. So the idea being is that the retailers here in town are really the only ones in the immediate area or dominate much of the commerce in the immediate area. So as other towns open their own retailers, that could divert some folks who currently buy here to buy closer to their own community, and the model does simulate that potentially happening. And the last point I'll make is the model also assumes no coherent national regulation in the next 7 or so years. In the words of our economist friend, coherent national regulations is 5 years away, and it always will be. So the idea here is we don't want to be over-optimistic in our assumptions about coherent national regulation. All right, so on to the expenditures. We have the number of employees remaining proportional to population unless a scenario is activated that increases headcount. And I'll just reiterate that the
Councilmember O'Donnell, did you have a question?
Yes, please.
Just a quick question. I know we'll probably get back into it later, but it shows, so for property tax, you said we estimate under, and I'm seeing a $4.9 million jump. So you're saying that there should be higher revenue year over year Is there any correlation to that? Because I know the property rate of purchase has slowed. So not every house or every property is going to be reevaluated. Would that be an issue in this model at all?
Yeah, I think, Mike, you had some information about the local market that's worth sharing here.
Yeah, there's going to be a time lag with the county assessor recognizing new acquisition values, but more than that, HDL, by their own admission, doesn't really have a good active vehicle to capture new construction, and so that's always going to create a bit of a lower estimate than what would otherwise be received.
All right, great.
Councilmember Green, did you have a question?
I did, and I was wondering, so on the model here for I see the budget for this year and for next year, the property tax jumps from 27.5 million to an anticipated 32.4, which, as Councilmember O'Donnell said, is $5 million. Do we get like a forecast from the county assessor that says, hey, we're currently reevaluating properties that closed in 2020, and that's why the revenue is increasing?
Indirectly from the county assessor, that information's gathered by HDL, and I mean, we asked the exact same question when we got the number, because it's, I believe, a 12% jump from the prior number that we had received from HDL. And it is, as you probably would know, council member, the rapid escalation in home values, home sales, was significant in 2020 and 2021 because of the pandemic-related hunker down and people working from home, that kind of thing.
And that's kind of what I was wondering is, since the fiscal year goes from July 1st to June 30th, I mean, our fiscal year 2023 is obviously ending right now, June 30th. So I would think that at the end of fiscal year 2020 and 2021, that those dollars would have already hit in 2023, maybe 2024. But it sounds like they're going to be hitting 23-24, 24-25. So it's more of a delayed effect. So that number should stay consistent afterwards based off of the recurring valuation and taxes. But so this is the first big jump is what I'm getting at. There was no other big jump before this.
I mean, if you were to pan the camera back, you probably had a similar jump between 2004 and 2007, and then a precipitous decline.
But when I look at like 2020, 2021, 2022, this is the big COVID house buying
Correct.
influx of property taxes.
We do expect it to revert more to the mean going forward past those 2 years.
Okay, and then the sales tax, just right underneath that increase is going to be due to we receive more revenue because of the online taxes that we receive, and
It's a combination of things, and I don't want to steal Sarah's
course.
thunder because she's going to speak to this, but
I'm excited for you too, Sarah.
A lot of it had to do with AB 147, the collection of
Got it.
online
Yep.
sales tax, and then exactly what you said with the federal government stimulus. People were kind of locked in their homes. They weren't buying services which aren't taxable. They were buying goods which were taxable. So there was a combination of things.
Good, and I see this number is similar to the number of the prior year before COVID. So thank you so much for all of that. I know we got Deputy Mayor with a question as well. Thank you for taking us.
Deputy Mayor Contreras?
So when it comes to property tax, that assessment is done annually.
It is done annually.
So this, currently, our model, because what we're talking about is the irrational exuberance in the market bubble of the pandemic. I mean, it's clear, right, across the nation. So, and it impacted us here. I mean, Goldman Sachs was even like, San Diego, you're not looking too good right now because you might have a 20-25% decrease in values. So are we taking into account a possible 20 to 25% decrease in assessed value?
I do want to note that for the 22-23 budget, next week we'll be bringing the Q2 report where we will be increasing the revenue estimates based on current information, and you'll kind of see a leveling out of that. In regards to your question, in regards to seeing the decrease, kind of mortgage rates are high. We're not necessarily going to see a lot of people selling their homes versus in 2000, 2007, 2008, when kind of there was that bubble that popped and everybody had those kind of the different kind of loans and they were losing the houses and the foreclosures. We're not looking to see that same kind of shift. So it'll be a slower decrease because the assessed value isn't really going to decrease until people sell their homes and then kind of go after kind of the, I can't remember what it's called specifically, but when they kind of put in an application with the county to reassess the value of their home if they kind of have it over the rate.
Those are, Prop 8 reassessments, and certainly, to your point, Deputy Mayor, everything I've heard is county assessors are going to be a little more nimble. If there's a correction, I read the same article you read about Goldman Sachs and San Diego being at risk. But also to Sarah's point, there's the credit quality of the mortgages that have been completed in this cycle are far and away different from what was completed between 2000 and 2007. I mean, you're not having negative amortization loans, you're not having interest-only loans, you're not having stated income loans. I mean, the credit quality, while certainly not perfect, is better than it was before. Affordability, is an issue that's obviously been talked about extensively, and I think it's going to certainly slow down the number of transactions, and where that will directly hit the city is the transfer tax that the city gets. Thankfully, that's not a large component of the property tax grouping for city revenue.
Thank you, and I appreciate you looking into this, right? And the assessors nimble. But yeah, so, and again, I mean, this is predicated on the fact that people keep their jobs. So if there's a situation in our economy where layoffs happen, then it doesn't matter what the mortgage rate is. If people need to get out of their homes, then they're going to try and get out of their homes. Or if they can't keep their homes, they can't keep their homes, right? So I just want, like, we definitely were in irrational exuberance, even in the car market, right? And so the one thing, it just makes me nervous because we may have an idea that these mortgages are better, but sometimes chickens come to roost and you didn't think they were going to come that soon. So anyways, thank you so much for looking into that.
Well, and to your point, I mean, that certainly speaks to the fiscal prudence that council has shown over the last several years and really built the wherewithal to be resilient in the face of adverse economic conditions. I mean, being near the top of the range per the analysis that we did last summer is really what that funding is meant for. Is if it, I don't want to see it starts raining because what you described is almost more like acid rain, but but an economic storm. That's what those reserves are meant for, and certainly the possibility is there.
Right.
Councilmember Green?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just wanted to point out, too, that the property taxes don't get reassessed annually with Prop 213. Your property value and your property tax is locked in at what you purchased it for. So in order for us to lose revenue, not only do the property values have to go down, but the individual property owners also have to request a reassessment. So I don't think that, like 100% of the property owners, I wouldn't think would request a reassessment down. So from a revenue standpoint, it's pretty stable because this is what it stays at per the law, correct?
It's certainly, I mean, even speaking to county assessor nimbleness, it's not going to pivot as quickly as if, or as much as sales tax might. Because sales tax, literally, if someone loses a job, all of a sudden, all they're doing is buying groceries. They're not buying the latest and greatest that they might have been buying before they lost their job. So sales tax tends to move more adversely in a more rapid fashion.
Yeah, and you're saying if from a nimbleness aspect, the assessor isn't going to grant a 20% decrease in property value as quickly per se as maybe it was done before based off of previous market conditions and things like that, or?
I would say it's not going to move as fast as sales tax, but in talking to county staff members, I think it would shift quicker than it did in the prior down cycle in the later 2000s, the 2008, 2009.
Perfect. And in your multiverse concept, you take shifting property values and tax revenues into your multiverse concept, I assume?
Absolutely.
Perfect, thank you.
Recessions can and do happen in this model, and we use the 2008 as one of the benchmarks, and the model is not limited to 2008, so it's not saying 2008 is the worst thing that could possibly happen. It takes as a benchmark, says, yes, this is bad, but it also is possible that it could be worse than that. So that is included in there. All right, and fantastic question. So back to expenditure assumptions, is we were talking about number of employees, and that remains proportional to population, but I'll point out, as we talked about earlier, The population growth is projected to be very, very small. So that means that this assumption results in very, very little change to the number of employees. We also use historical vacancy rates. In other words, the model is assuming that there will always be some level of vacancies in the positions in the city, which is going to impact your costs naturally. We also have salaries in here where there are labor contracts that govern the salaries, so those are built in, but those contracts only go for a certain finite amount of time. So after those contracts are up, we basically are simulating based on what plausible ranges to COLA adjustments have been in past practice. So we're just staying in the bounds of kind of what has been historical experience on that. And then lastly is overtime is very similar in that we looked back at all the past history to see what percent of regular salaries overtime has been, and we use that information to project forward in these different simulated universes what the overtime could be in the future. Pensions is GovInvest, the city's pension actuarial consultant. They were kind enough to provide to us an analysis of possible pension outcomes based on different economic scenarios. So if you remember that bell curve, their pension scenarios match that sort of shape exactly. And we use their information integrated into our model where our model says, the economy is very bad. It then kind of looks up the GovInvest very bad outcome. If the economy is great, it looks up the GovInvest very good outcome. So it's linked in that way. And then we've got health plans. The big takeaway here is that we looked at national projections for employer increases in health plans and use those to simulate what they might be in the city here. And then lastly is other costs are scaled to contracts or known cost schedules, with the sheriff's contract being a fantastic example of a known cost schedule. And a good example of a cost that is scaled to the size of the workforce is something like LKID costs, which includes things like IT or internal services like that, risk, things along those lines. So some big takeaways here from the slides I just went through is there's this kind of miracle of compounding, which challenges your long-term spending plans. There's a quote from Einstein that goes something like this, that compounding interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those who understand it earn it. Those that don't understand it pay it. And how that's relevant to our situation is it gets to things like pensions or employee health care cost increases, where those things tend to go at a rate that might be faster in some cases than the city's revenue growth, and those sorts of elements can kind of catch up or kind of show the true impact over time. Second point there are likely opportunities to raise revenues or streamline costs to make room for new programs. And this really goes back to GFOA's mission. We've been around since 1906, and our mission is to help communities reach their full potential. And we do that through the lens of local government finances. But of course, cities need to use their finances to provide services that are the services that their community wants and needs. So what we're saying here is the model can help highlight where there might be opportunities to adjust these cities or optimize the city's financial structure and the risk it faces. So kind of taking that risk lens, there may be opportunities to apply countermeasures, if you will, to future financial risks that therefore make the city's financial position stronger and therefore strengthen its ability to deliver the services that residents want or need. And I've just got a few bullets on the slide that might be of interest. We have something called the Rethinking Revenue Initiative that has many ideas for how cities can think about new ways of raising revenue. We've got a lot of resources on cost streamlining, and we also have a lot of resources about counteracting what I might call the layering on effect. And what that is getting at is just, this happens in cities all over the country where discussion of new services tends to take precedence over opportunities to think about which services, may be not as relevant as maybe they were in the past. And are there opportunities to think about how we might streamline what we offer so that our entire portfolio of services can be maximally relevant to today's constituents? And then last point there is, as per GFOA best practices, a key to long-term health is to avoid using one-time resources to pay for ongoing costs. And being a Midwesterner, we say don't eat your seed corn, but I also would like to acknowledge the comment made about volatile revenues. earlier, where I think this falls into the same category. Like your classic one-time revenue is, let's say, like a one-time grant you get, but is also fair to consider, say, a volatile revenue. It produces some kind of peak revenue. Like, wow, like that was amazing. We shouldn't expect to get that again in future years, but the source itself still continues. That would be another form of, a one-time revenue. So I think it's very savvy of the council to recognize that. So at this point, we're going to do a little looking at the model, and just due to some of the technology, I guess we'll call it facts on the ground here, we are going to look at screenshots of the model. This is kind of in real life. This is an Excel model, but we're just going to look at screenshots of some of the key pieces from its dashboard. So what I've got here is average revenues, expenditures, and reserves used, and the good news is the red line, which is expenditures, is below the green line on average across the 10-year period we looked at, and that's good. So it's certainly a very positive thing. Now, I think it gets more interesting when we look at what we'll call the base scenario. And what's different about this model is we change the flat green line, that was just the average, we expand that to be a range. And what that range is representing is across all of these different parallel universes, 70% of them fall within that little green band. And then we can compare our average expenditures to the little green band to see if the expenditures are at or below the revenues still when we change it from a band when it used to be a line. And what we see here is that in the last 3 years, there is some potential risk that the average revenues stray kind of above the bottom of that band. And that really gets to that compounding effect we were talking about earlier. So that's that effect in action. Next one I'm going to share with you is we added these two scenarios, the 5th ambulance and the 3% pay increase, just to give you a sense of how that might work. And what we see here is it creates a little more stress in the long term, which you might expect. If we saw that there was stress 3 years out, adding more costs could cause that stress to come sooner. Then we also see some stress in the near term, and that's an effect of things like, just to give you some examples, is the healthcare cost increases we looked at. The national analysts expect the potential increases to be more in the future years, and that levels out in the next maybe 5 years. So, just to give you an example, I think next year, if I'm remembering all the numbers correctly, it was going to be somewhere between 7 and 15% increase, and then when you look out, say 5 years, it's more like 5 to 6% increase. So that is a much narrower range, right? That compounding effect decreases in the future. And pension is another great example where we talked quite a bit about this last year when we looked at the reserves, where there's a short kind of near-term pension hump, if you will, and kind of getting over that hump is something that the city is working on, and is what does present some of this kind of nearer-term risk. And then the kind of last point I'll make here is about Prop L. And Mike, I think you might want to jump in on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. So this diagram shows us the outstanding principal as it's retired over the next 10 years, and then the balance of the reserves billing. And certainly we've been over that in the quarterly financial updates, but it's worth noting that inflection point in fiscal year 2031, and also noting that the sunset of the half-cent sales tax as well as final maturity of the debt service occurs in 2037. Couple of things with that is, number one, with the reserve building, council still has some runway chronologically to make decisions on this, but with it building, a decision point is certainly forming with what that reserve should be used for specific to Prop L. I mean, a couple of examples could be retiring the debt early. Another could be, and staff is working on a repair and replacement schedule for all of the capital assets that were built with the bond issue, including this building, the sports park, the fire stations, the improvements in the Moonlight Fieldhouse. All of those capital assets that were built with that bond issue were really intended to be long-term assets and of equal quality for future generations. So certainly that's a worthy use of those funds. But another layer that's built into this is the fire department's operating budget is funded on an annual basis of $1.2 million. And with this funding source sunsetting several years from now, but yet not being evergreen, that's something council will want to be cognizant of as the sunset date comes to fruition.
Cool, and that is it. So we have certainly time for more questions if folks have anything they would like to ask.
Councilmember Green.
So the multiverse scenario where I added a 5th ambulance and I gave a 3% pay increase like I wanted to, I have little frowny faces just starting next year and the year after and the year after. So based off of our current financials and the forecast model that you're using, I could, with 70%, is that right? Or with 70% revenues, or is it with 50% of revenue?
70%.
Okay, so estimating with 70% revenues, I'm a sad face. But it looks like with 50%, I'm a sad face, 70%, I actually meet it, right?
So 50% would be like the average. So if you say like if you're looking at the straight
Can you
lines.
bring it back to this slide right here so we can look at it?
For sure.
Thanks, there you go. Yeah.
Well, someone can help me out. I don't know if I did that. All right, thank you so much. All right, so this is good.
I have big fingers, it's tough to push those buttons too, I got you.
All right, but this
Can you
will-
explain again the 70%? This is a confidence factor?
Well, you're expending 70% of our projected revenues based off of these expenditures.
Sure. So let's start with this slide. I think this one would be helpful where it's just the straight lines.
Gotcha.
So that's like the green revenue, you consider that like that's gonna be very close to like just right down the middle, right? So that's kind of taking the average of all these different parallel universes.
66%, right? Was that the number that you were using?
It's kind of more like your 50% area because it's
Okay.
right in the middle of it.
Got
right?
you, okay.
And so if we say we're going, okay, so is there a question? Did I hear? No, okay.
No.
Now this slide is what you're asking about, right? Where what we're saying is, okay, well, that's kind of right down the middle. What if we expanded our perspective to say, well, we want to know, we're not interested in just what happens if we go right down the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So this is right down the middle. And then the next one is with the 3% increase.
And this one is saying we're expanding the green line, so we're not looking right down the middle of all possible revenues. We're saying, well, tell us a little bit about what happens in some of these different parallel universes. We want to see what goes on in the middle 70% of them. So we're cutting off the most extreme worst ones, and we're cutting off the most extreme best ones, and we're looking at the 70% of them that are closest to the middle. Is that starting to
Keep going.
going? And so then what we were saying is we're going to add the ambulance and the 3% pay increase, and that red line is what is moving up. The green line stays where it is. The green band does not change. It's just the red line moves a little higher because we have now added extra cost to the red line.
So it's within that range is what you're saying. Like it could be okay, but if we don't hit our mark, it might not be okay.
Exactly, yes. It's just saying that you're exactly right, that you're entering like territory that might be riskier than it was otherwise.
Okay.
And I think it goes back to that slide we were talking about earlier with countermeasures. I think, Mayor, you had the point earlier where you were saying that like when you see something down the road, right, you can start to change the direction of the car gradually. This is what this is sent to do. Like, there's probably countermeasures.
Of course, and way we can streamline costs and things in order to offset needs for personnel and things. I get it. I just wanted to make sure that like you're not telling me if I hire a 5th ambulance and do a 3% pay increase that we all should be sad next year. So that's good. So I like it. Appreciate it.
Perfect, no problem.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Just a clarifying question. Is this the point where I go through all my questions, or is that later in the presentation?
If your questions are specific to the 10-year projection, we can certainly go through them. We haven't gotten to the
think I will save
two-year
them.
budget overview.
Because it's a combination, it's going to be a combination of everything, so.
Fair enough.
Cool. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember O'Donnell.
So is this model under the assumption that we're going to spend all of the revenues we take in?
It depends on what your expenditures are. So in other words, there could be surpluses. So this will show that sometimes you'll generate surpluses depending on how much you spend. So it absolutely does not assume that you will automatically spend everything that comes in.
And that's where the 70% with the variation of the peaks and, okay.
Yeah, and so like maybe even a better way to illustrate it is, if I keep going the wrong direction here, with our little flat green line, right? Like if you were to push these even further apart, let's just say for whatever reason, like, you know, revenues went up 10% and you said we have no further spending goals, like you'd have a big gap between the green and the red line, and that would be, on average, your potential surplus every year.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, my understanding, when you're showing, go back a slide, please.
Absolutely. That one?
When you're saying 70%, you're saying you came up with, how many was it, 1,000
Yeah.
scenarios? And you're saying you're considering the 70% of those 1,000, so 700 scenarios that are closest to the standard deviation.
To the middle, like
Right?
right down the middle.
Right, all right, yeah, the closest to the top of the parabola. And then with regard to the expenditures, you're considering 1/2 of the scenarios that are closest to the most likely.
They're right down the middle. So we're not, I wouldn't say half scenarios that are right. This is like the average kind of best representation of everything.
Just so we're all on the same page about what we're talking about 70% of, it's 70% of these 1,000 models. And we're lopping off the 30% that are furthest from the most likely.
Exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page there.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, on to part two. Before we get into some of the details of our budget overview, I figured it's probably worth mentioning a few points on the economy, given the, I don't want to say instability, but certain mixed signals we're seeing in the economy. I read an article in Forbes, and they actually had a 13-item scorecard, and about half of them were signaling recession, and half of them were signaling, hey, things are fine. But obviously the big item, the big topic is inflation. It peaked last summer, a little over 9%. Currently, as of January, the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, is 6.4. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, which is the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation, is currently at 5.4. It is actually up a little bit from December's measure of 5.3. Unemployment continues to be very, very strong. As of December, at the state level, it was 4.1%. At the county, it's 2.9%, which is unusually low. And for the city, it's 3.4%. And by way of comparison, it was 4.5% about a year ago. So the Federal Reserve has two mandates. One is price stability, and one is full employment. The employment side looks pretty strong right now, even notwithstanding the tech layoffs that we've all been hearing about. But clearly, the other side of the coin, price stability, continues to be an issue. In addition, the overnight federal funds rate, the interest rate that the Fed sets, that really sets the level for many other interest rates in our economy, has been increased from 0.25% as of a year ago, as we sit here today, to 4.75%, with a likelihood of another 0.25% or 0.5% coming in 2 weeks, I think on the 21st, 22nd. And I mean, when you take that as a percentage of a percentage, that's an 1,800% increase in a year. Certainly, nominal percentage changes in the late 70s and the early 80s were higher, but not a percentage of a percentage change. So this is pretty shocking, and certainly we're seeing it that, to the deputy mayor's point, affordability was already challenging with mortgages on homes, and mortgages were around 3% a year ago, and now I looked at it today, and it's close to 7. The one I saw was about 6.96. So that's obviously a concern, and the expectations really is either a soft landing, meaning the Federal Reserve gets it right, inflation comes down to their 2% target, and we don't have a recession. The hard landing is they overshoot, they raise rates too high, and we do have a meaningful recession. There's a third option now that's starting to be talked about, which is no landing, meaning we are in a elevated, or at least for the foreseeable future, elevated inflation state, which could be, and that's certainly in line with what HDL is telling us with our revenues, but for the greater economy, it would be a 50% increase if it were 3% instead of the 2% that the Federal Reserve is targeting. And so those are things to just keep in mind. We're reading about that all the time. When we get to goals, I'm going to speak to our investment and treasury operations, but I'm meeting with our financial advisors every 2 weeks to talk about these topics. And so there's a little foreshadowing for the next discussion item. But with that, let's go ahead and turn our attention. Are there any questions about that macroeconomic data? Okay. We'll go ahead and turn our attention to the city's budget overview, and that's going to be provided by Sarah Taylor, our budget manager. It details staff's current and best estimates of the city's revenues and expenditures for the upcoming 2-year period, fiscal ending 24 and 25. It's important to remember again that city manager and finance staff are still meeting with departments to vet out their expenditures as well as discuss revenues. And staff will provide the draft budget presentation at the May 9th City Council meeting. And Sarah, go ahead and take us away through the presentation.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. Preparation of the operating budget is a team effort with city staff from all departments scrutinizing each budget unit on a line item basis. City Council goals were set last March and provide direction for staff throughout the budget development process. And as Mike mentioned, figures that are presented as part of this budget overview are preliminary and are largely based on department estimates. Staff continues to refine the budget projections through a detailed review and for need and for accuracy, and any directions, any additional changes made by staff and any changes from City Council direction will be incorporated in the draft budget. The order of the presentation this afternoon will be an overview of the major revenue sources, expenditures by category and function, and discussion to receive any council direction. This is more at the macro level. It'll take us into slide 2. At this point in the budget preparation process, total general fund revenues and other sources are estimated to be $113.4 million for fiscal year 23-24 and $115.1 million for fiscal year 24-25. The majority of these revenues come from property tax, sales tax, and charges for services. And I'm just going to pop into this next slide that kind of shows a really good graph of our top 3 revenue sources. The red line for sales tax excludes Prop L and cannabis. So, and again, as a reminder, with the next week, with the Q2 report for fiscal year 22-23, we'll be providing revised estimates for that fiscal year. So what you're looking at here is 7 years of actuals and 3 years of budget projections. So that top line in green is our property tax and a little bit more straight line. And with the updated number for 2023, you'll kind of see that dot right there a little bit more in line with the projections. We did see some increases in that based on high home sales and increased values during the COVID sales there, and then also some increases in our redevelopment property tax allocation, which is kind of newer in the last few years to the city as the successor agency pays off its obligations. And in 2037, they'll just move straight into the assessed value that the city receives. So for property tax, for fiscal year 23-24, it's estimated at $32.4 million. And in 2025, it's estimated at $33.3 million. Sales tax in that red line is kind of a little different than property tax. You can kind of go back to 2016 and see that both property tax and sales tax were largely very close to each other at that point in time. Sales tax had some small decreases there. Some of it's due to recapture of basically city received 100% allocation of some sales tax that should have kind of been allocated to a pool, but also some economic decline that we were seeing at that point in time. Also, as Mike mentioned, that sales tax is quicker to react to economic factors and consumer confidence and unemployment factors. And then that big jump that you're seeing there from 2020 to 2022 that nobody really predicted during the pandemic, including us, it was mainly the Wayfair plus increased online sales, changes to buying goods versus buying services, and kind of the stimulus that people were seeing there too. So it was a significant jump, and that's one of the reasons we saw those bigger fund balances at the end. We are looking at probably sales tax is really the only revenue source that kind of anticipating an economic slowdown, not necessarily a downturn in our revenue projections. And so that's why you kind of see it really leveling out for the next 3 years. More the other ones, property tax is slower to respond to kind of economic downturns, and others we're just kind of, that's where we're going to look to our emergency reserve if things really do take a big hit. As well as with quarterly reports, we would provide estimates there, but none of our revenue projections really assume that at this point in time. Charges for services is that blue line right there, and that includes building permits, ambulance billing, park and recreation, program charges, rentals of facilities, and other reimbursements related to public safety services. This kind of graph you can see kind of goes up and down. Large developments, when those come in and they're pulling large permits, we kind of see a spike in the revenue. During COVID, we saw a decrease in our parks and recreation programming. Specifically, the Moonlight had significant decreases from the closure. We do anticipate those to recover, and because of it's hard to predict when large developments may come in, and also kind of our revenues for our Moonlight programming are very much tied to our expenses. So a lot of times we'll bring quarterly reports to increase our revenue estimates, as well as like increases in expenses due to staffing and royalties that are associated with those shows. So Mike touched base on Prop L with that other graph. This is just a table that kind of looks out to 2037, the sunset here. Looking at the revenue estimates for 23-24, our estimate revenue is about $12 million, which is more than enough to pay the debt service of just over $7 million, plus the fire salaries of $1.2 million. And you can see that net change there is $3.7 million. Kind of back in 2015 was when we did the refinance of the bonds, and back then we weren't seeing a significant net change increase, but you're kind of seeing that net change kind of like it used to be more like $300,000 or $400,000, and now we're seeing $3 or $4 million as the net change increase to the Prop L projection. So basically anything in excess of the debt service and the associated fees and the $1.2 million in fire salaries is transferred to that Prop L reserve, and it hasn't been spent on anything else to date. Any more questions on Prop L before I move on? Okay. So just moving back to the general fund revenue summary slide, touching base on cannabis. We kind of touched base a little bit earlier. I do want to, so you do see here on this slide that $7.4 million is estimated in fiscal year 23-24, and 7.7 is estimated in 24-25. This is based on limited historical data, but it also includes, based as discussed with the long-term financial model, some predictions kind of from the Economist. But that's why we are continuing to cap it at the 4.46. And you'll see on the expense slide where we kind of plug that number there to show you that we are estimating an anticipated $3 million in fiscal year 23-24 and $3.2 million in 24-25. That's not being used in the operating budget right now, and that could be available at year end for additional city council directed allocations based on the actual revenue that is received in those fiscal years. If there are no further questions in regard.
Councilmember Green.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation and for asking for questions. So when you basically said that you're planning for a surplus of what was it, like about 2 million on the 23-24 and the 24-25 budget. That is using 100% of the cannabis funds, correct? So
That is not correct. So, I'm sorry.
maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
I can get to you.
Oh, I got you. Never
that
mind.
slide.
5.3 and okay, so you're increasing it from 4.6 to 5.3 in
Yeah.
the general fund.
Yeah, so we're trying to be a little bit more transparent about showing the anticipated amount of cannabis that we actually anticipate to receive. And if I kind of skip ahead to the expense summary by function, you can see, that surplus that we are projecting right now with the preliminary
go.
data,
1.9.
that 1.9, we're taking that 2.9 million of excess cannabis out of available revenue to spend. So that is not included in the 1.9 million. So if we weren't to take that cannabis out in excess of the 4.46, that number would be closer to 5 million.
Okay, and then I know we spoke about how we've increased it from 4% to 4.6 in the general fund, and I like that the council and the city actually have found a new source of revenue for the city. I'm glad that it's here, but at the same token, with the revenue source, I'm wondering. Sorry, I just had a complete brain fart when I wrote it down right there. As far as with the additional revenue from that, can we earmark that portion? So like say we're gonna spend 5.3 million in 2023. I know we increased for special projects from 3.9 to 3.6, and that 600,000 was for a deputy, I think a couple park rangers and maybe some lighting. If we're going to be increasing the amount of revenue that we put into our general fund, is it possible for us as a council to say, hey, we want those funds to be earmarked for public safety expenses or for, park expenses, things that are in our general fund, as opposed to saying, hey, we're putting 5.3 million in the general fund and it's being used to pay salaries for the council or salaries for whatever. Like, I'd like to be able to tell the citizens of Vista that with the money I'm getting for cannabis, even if it's in our general fund, it can be indirectly saving the city money from an expense basis because we allocate it to pay for 20 firefighter positions or 10 whatever, So is that a possibility without having to make it a special project and have to be renewed every year? Something that could kind of stay in perpetuity for other councils to say, hey, if it's going to be in the general fund, we want to make sure that it's used for public safety or prevention or education or something having to do with the reasoning for getting the revenue source. Because when we brought the revenue source to the city, we had good promises for them and what we were going to use the money for. And I want to make sure, if possible, that we can say it's being used for something in particular instead of just it's part of the $109 million and you can decide where it comes from type deal. Like, what are the technicalities of that from a council standpoint? And the only reason I'm asking is because this council is the council that, basically helped get this revenue source for the city. And we're the council that's gonna say, hey, this is your new money, city, for the next however many years. So I'd like to make sure at least a percentage of it is allocated for something that's a positive aspect from that. Does that make a little sense?
It did. I mean, being completely transparent, it is a general revenue.
Of course.
However, and let's just use a round number. If it's $5 million and council wants to say, we want to use that 5 million of general fund, general revenues to fund public safety or whatever purpose is the council's pleasure, as long as that expense number is larger than the revenue number, then as a function, it's a contributing source to that, to fund that expenditure.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying is, like, if in our general budget, we're allocating money aside for our housing fund, or we're allocating money aside for firefighter things, like, can't we, as a council, say, hey, we want those to be paid with the general fund money or with the cannabis money, as opposed to the cannabis money paying for the electric bill at City Hall? You know what I mean? So that's kind of my question. I don't know how that would work from a legal standpoint or how that would work, but as a city who has a functioning marijuana business, cannabis business that gets income, I want to make sure it's being used for good, per se, not just for average expenses that aren't making a difference.
Ms. Lee?
Just two comments. We did just receive a grant for $75,000 to do a cannabis equity study, and so that will be coming forward shortly. And then that's really kind of what staff has been talking about to peg those monies against. So then cannabis equity would take a look at how you want to spend that money moving forward in an equitable way. So that would kind of hit some of those points. Also, we would caution saying that cannabis money can only be spent on those things, because also at some years we may need that cannabis, since like Mr. Sylvia stated, it's a general revenue, we might need that fund to balance our budget as well. So we need to go ahead and look at that. It could be whatever in excess of balancing the budget, then it could go to these particular, but those are conversations we can continue to have.
Yeah, of course. And I was thinking more like, hey, we have, 89 firefighters on, or we're probably always going to be increasing that number. If we said, hey, no matter what, we're always going to have 10 firefighters in our budget, or 10 10 deputies, can we allocate the funds for that? So not necessarily helping balance, but just a portion. So it was just an idea so that I could get more use out of it, because I don't want to feel like I'm just throwing $4.5 million at nothing. I mean, I know there are bills that we have, but I'd like to kind of direct it so that it seems beneficial. And it sounds like the equity study we do may even direct us in such a way to say, hey, you have to spend it on this. So looking forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to pop back one slide here just to kind of talk a little bit more about our expense summary by category. We're looking at 111 million total, but really 95.4 million by category. And when we're looking at staffing, professional services, staffing is by far our largest expense in the general fund, and this is just specific to general fund. There was discussion last week by City Council with the salary increases in comparison to local inflation, and I just wanted to note that what a 3% across the board might look like for fiscal year 23-24 would be 1.3 million across all funds, but just a little bit less than 1 million for the general fund for 23-24, and a little bit more than 1 million for 24-25, and just kind of pause there in case there was interest in having more conversation there. Okay, and then moving on to professional services. The professional service budget includes the contract with the Sheriff's Department, and fiscal year 23-24 starts the second year of a 5-year contract and is estimated at $27.2 million. And while this cost is very large, contracting with the Sheriff's Department is a very effective way to provide police protection due to the Sheriff's robust capabilities and services. Also in the professional services category includes our park maintenance and our parkways and median maintenance, tree trimming, and so we've got some additional kind of inflationary costs there, as some of our contracts are tied to CPI and some of our contracts are up for bid at this point as well. Other operating expenses, we're seeing some increases there as well due to kind of some inflationary costs, things that equipment and goods that are costing us more than they were before. And then capital outlay. This kind of mostly includes capital outlay items for the fire department, as our vehicle replacement is through the fleet internal service fund for all vehicles, with the exception of the fire department. So that's why you kind of see that 1.9 million there includes, I think, 1.3 million for kind of breathing, the breathing apparatus system, and 2 ambulance chassis replacements. And then in 24-25, it's 2 ambulance replacements, I think about a little over 300,000 apiece. And then the transfer out to other funds is largely...
Deputy Mayor, did you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. I want to back up to what you said about professional services, including landscaping. So is this money that is pooled by the entire, everything within the boundary of Vista, and then reallocated depending on, how is it allocated? Let me just ask that.
In regards to landscaping, a majority of like our landscaping contract is for our park maintenance landscaping. So in our Bringle Terrace and our other parks, and then in the landscape median areas, we do have the LLMD, which pays for a portion of it, but we also have about a $300,000 budget for our medians kind of landscaping there.
And do we have that parsed out geographically, yeah, maybe even by district? Because what I'm getting at is that there is inequity in where parks are and where landscaping is. And I would like to see how we're spending our money geographically.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can certainly bring that information.
Yeah, I would love
don't
that.
have that.
More information for me, the better, especially when we're talking about, equity. It's a necessity to be able to see where we're spending money, because that's the only way that we can see where we're not spending money, right? And there are areas that I think we need to spend more money in that historically we have not, and that don't have trees, that don't have landscaping, because we don't have a water meter there. So we can't do those things. So I just wanted to pause you there, and I appreciate you even adding that. So thank you. My question is answered. Well, it will be answered.
We'll get you that information.
Thanks.
All right. But yeah, and the transfers out to other funds, this includes the LMD as one portion in regards to like the general fund benefit of the landscape and lighting district, as well as our subsidized funds there, and then about $600,000 that we transfer out to our capital improvement program for the city's maintenance of effort as it relates to our SB1 obligation. And then you see the transfers out for Prop L. We discussed the excess cannabis at year end, as well as the Prop L as well. And then this next slide, just kind of very similar, but as opposed to by category, we're kind of looking at function. Again, this is just the general fund. So public works may look smaller because it doesn't include our enterprise and our street maintenance funds that are non-general fund funded. And we touched base on the current surplus. So that's the current surplus based on preliminary numbers. And we're looking at 1.9 in fiscal year 23-24 and 1.5 for fiscal year 24-25. And I'll pause if there's any additional questions at this time. This concludes my presentation. Let me thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Hey, I'm going to thank you. Great job, Sarah Taylor. I appreciate the info. I appreciate you answering all of my questions. I haven't seen the Prop L projection breakdown, so I like seeing that. I'm looking forward to what future councils do on that. I know it's going to be well beyond when I'm here, but I think that it looks like we're going on the right path. I know that we make it real tough on you, where we say, hey, we want to see the money we're making, but we don't want to, play it too close. We don't want to have an end-of-year reserve of, $9 million, because we want to make sure that whatever budget we have, we can plan for. So I know it's a hard task to get this up here and get it within a good percentage of actually what our expenditures and revenues are. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys have put into it. And thanks for spending time with us. I think we spent a good hour and a half going over the multiverse presentation and things before this meeting. So I really appreciate all the work you guys put into this. And thank you for having good investment and financial ideas, because I really feel like over the next few years, we're going to need your smart, intellectual, financial minds to keep our city moving forward. So thank you both so much for your work on this. I appreciate it.
I saw the names reorder themselves, but I now have Councilmember O'Donnell next.
Thank you. Just a quick question in regard to the reserve. Where are we currently sitting at that? Because I've actually talked to other cities and people that I know that work on them, and there's a wide range. So I think we're at somewhere like 34, 35% in that wheelhouse. I know people that their cities are at 20% or 25%. So is there a good number that we should be at, in your opinion, or just the idea of that? And then beyond that, are the revenues in this included the fact that we're trying to maintain a 35% reserve within our budget? So does that go up every year? Should our budget go up? I mean, are we allocating more funds? So when I see a jump from 97 million to 113 million, are we setting aside more monies to maintain that 35% reserve? Or is that just already built in?
So I hear two questions. One
There are
is
two
a
questions, yes.
comparison to our peers, which we can certainly provide the staff report that was prepared in that regard when we did the risk-based analysis of the general fund reserve. The results of that analysis stated that the city should have between 20 and 35%. As we sit here today, when we include the current market value of the city's Section 115 pension trust, which is about 18.5 million, that puts us at about 35%. But I would caution council to count that 100%, and here's why. That portfolio is a 50-50 split between stocks and bonds. As we all know, I mean, there's probably everyone in this room who has a 401k or a 457. It is not a nice linear increase in your 401k statement. So to count that as a good durable number is probably overestimating the availability of funds if we were to have a stock market downturn. And that's probably something that that staff and council could discuss more in depth at a future date. But specific to the portion of that 35% that's denominated in dollars as a percentage of the general fund's fund balance, it's about 20 million, and that would represent a little under 20% by itself. Obviously, the Section 115 trust isn't zero, because half of it is invested in bonds, and we've got bigger problems if your U.S. Treasury bonds are worth zero. So does that address the first part of the question? And then in terms of comparing us to our peers, that report showed us that some of our neighbors are as low as 15%, and some of them are up around 45 or 50%. It really, it's a comfortability question to council. And being realistic with how our revenues, because really it's always a question of revenue variability. We have the ability to control expenses a lot more than revenue. And so you certainly need to consider both sides of the equation, but it's usually driven by a percentage of revenue in terms of the right amount. So did that answer all your
It
questions?
did, and I just want to say thank you for all your hard work on this, meeting with all of us to discuss it as well. I know that there's a lot that goes into this. My 401k was down 23%, so I definitely understand that, but thank you for the report.
And if I could, Councilmember O'Donnell, earlier this afternoon, I did email out that staff report that Mr. Sylvia was talking about. And there was, in June of 2022, we did do an analysis of our reserve and where we would feel comfortable at. And that's all included in that staff report as well, and also shows the comparison of our neighbors.
Thank you. I will look at that, and thank you for sending that.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much, collecting all my questions here. Thank you, Sarah and Mike, for your presentation. I have a handful of questions just about cannabis dollars, so I think I'll start there. Let's see. Oh, okay, so in regards to one of the first couple slides, why were we excluding cannabis from sales tax in our general fund revenue summary?
You talking about the slide where we had the three colored lines? What was so the Bradley Burns 1% sales tax, which would be collected on any good that's taxable, that portion was included.
Okay, that's what I figured. That
Yeah,
part
just
of it was
not the city's cannabis tax.
okay.
Yes.
All right. Good to know. That answers that. And I appreciate what Councilmember Green was saying about understanding what portions of the cannabis revenues are going to be going towards specific projects related to cannabis. So I know a lot of community members have talked to me about youth prevention. And that is absolutely something that we have discussed in our, end of year wish list. But that is kind of variable, right? As something that can be changed by future councils. And I think that youth intervention is something that the community wants, I think, for the long term. And I would like to establish that as something that is more consistent and reliable and coming out of our general fund. So that was just a comment there. And then the other question I had about cannabis was, okay, so we, oh, can we ask, and talk about why we parse cannabis up the way that we do, right? I think that, we anticipated a certain amount of revenue from our cannabis sales taxes, but we only, plan for a certain amount, and then that surplus from there is reviewed by the council at the end of the year. Why do we do that instead of it all just going into the general fund?
That's a great question, because as I said, it is a general revenue. I mean, it's obviously unfolded over the last 2 or 3 years, because it started in January of 2020. And as a just operational byproduct, I would say it overshot the initial estimates of revenue by so much. It ended up, the delta, positive delta ended up being reserved or designated for, council designated special projects. And that process is sort of just carried forward. Staff has assumed direction from council that was the direction we wanted to move. Certainly, there's a small portion of that, I'll call it $4.5 million, that it was elevated from a flat $4 million that was related to the ongoing costs from, I believe it was the last round of special, for lack of a better term, special expenditures that were funded by excess cannabis revenues. But it's kind of been, for lack of a better term, kind of a self-fulfilling, self-perpetuating item. It doesn't need to happen, but that's kind of the direction staff has taken from council.
Certainly. So I see that, we didn't necessarily even anticipate that these revenues would assist in balancing our budget, let alone having the amount of surplus that we've had. And from maybe what you're reflecting in kind of the standard that has been set in previous years, and my own perspective is perhaps has been an attempt of staff previously to partner with the diverse council and try to, recognize different projects that we would want that funding allocated to. But I think that it could be challenging because as I'm looking at, our goals and our budget, being able to have, the full amount of our revenues into our general fund so that each department is able to have full opportunity for funding allocation. I think that there's kind of a question about best practices here. So would you have anything to state on, how we can improve practices when it comes to, bringing in those cannabis tax dollars? And, if we want to spend money on something, we can, right? We don't necessarily need to use a special project, right? We can, by the will of the council, we can say, this is something that we want. And knowing that we have a good financial stability, in part because of cannabis tax revenues, we can move forward with that. So would you say that there might be an opportunity for us to have better practices and just incorporating those funds, or are we okay doing it as it is?
I think you could do it either way. It would certainly streamline the budgeting process, I would say, if we didn't have that secondary process that we, typically when we bring it back to council, it's after we've met with the auditors, we've had the field work completed, so we're sure on that revenue number for the year, and then whatever that delta's been, then we've received direction from council. So I would say from a efficiency standpoint, we could certainly incorporate that into the budget as a general revenue, but there's the new element is certainly going to be the results of the equity study and what funds need to be earmarked as a result of those efforts. I would say that could be a reason to continue with the current practice and possibly even not allocate all of the money from the prior years, but rather hold it back until we have a full understanding of what the results of that equity study provides, so that there is some funding towards those efforts.
I see that our interim city manager, I think, wanted to provide some
Yes,
information
please,
too.
I see that too. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Oh, sorry. So the 4 million was set because that's what we first determined of what we can actually get from sales tax from the vendors. And as Mr. Sylvia remarked, it was a lot higher. When we spoke with council, we kind of stabilized it at that 4 million because we also didn't, at that time, our neighboring partners were looking to enter into the business as well. And we were looking at how that would impact our numbers. So that's the reason why we were also looking at stabilizing. We didn't want to infuse ongoing operating costs if it was a revenue source that we would eventually leave. There is a cannabis expert out there who looks at various cannabis dispensaries, especially in Colorado. And they've been reviewing different industries, and we now have a greater picture, and it looks like our cannabis revenues, even if we were to get neighboring businesses, would be pretty stable. So we don't look to have that big drop back to that $4 million. So if you were looking to increase to the operating costs, as Mr. Sylvia stated, we would want to look at that cannabis equity study, because that's something that I know is really important to members of the council. And then we can look at what we need to allocate into our operating costs to keep those programs keep going as well.
Thank you. I think that provides a lot of context, very rich context for this discussion. And I think what you're reflecting on too is it might streamline the process, but I know that I enjoy at the end of the year being able to discuss our will of what we would like to see those monies used for. And with that equity study, it does become a question of the public's will, right? And what's going to be for the greatest public benefit, the use of those monies. So at this time, I can see the value in us continuing to, separate those revenues and discuss them at greater length, since we don't always get an opportunity to do so. And that was my next question. Ms. Lee just stepped out, but what are our concerns? And it sounds like we might not have as many concerns in regards to other neighboring cities and businesses within our region taking advantage of new cannabis industry, right? And other cities passing cannabis business-friendly policies. From her remarks, it sounded like it won't impact us too much, but do you have any further reflection on that?
Sure. As a part of the long-term financial plan, Shane had worked with a cannabis economist and had determined that, I'm going off of memory here, 87% of cannabis customers usually only travel 12 to 14 minutes to buy their product. And given the logistics of how we're surrounded by agencies that aren't really embracing it, there's not too many potential locations that would sort of cannibalize the city sales. One could be when we reached out to the county of San Diego, there's potentially unincorporated area near Escondido that could be within that 12 to 14-minute driving range, but it would obviously be on the outer band of that. So it certainly in the near term, it doesn't look likely. And based on that data, it seems like there's sort of a captive market, but staff's also speculated, specifically Sarah, and I think rightfully so, that because of a good portion of Vista's incorporated area bounding the 78 freeway on both sides, there's a bit of commuter traffic that's picking up their cannabis from the city as well. Shane, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you covered it, actually. I just heard my name, so I figured I'd jump up and be ready, but you nailed it.
No, thank you for that insight. It's interesting that travel times, right, impact the sales and where people purchase. kind of a follow-up question with that. How does our cannabis industry in Vista look in regards to delivery services?
I actually don't have any data on delivery services. We can get that researched for you, but.
That would be awesome, because
yeah,
it
off the
sounds
top
like
of my head,
that,
it's-
we don't see a lot of opportunities for our market here in Vista to be infringed upon by new, policies and opportunities in other cities, but I'm curious to see how we can continue to receive those revenues. Okay, so a couple more, switching gears in terms of my questions. I also wanted to ask if we could please discuss positions at the city that are currently funded by grants and their schedule for the grant to be completed. And perhaps this is more information for you to bring back to us. So essentially, which staff positions will need to eventually receive funding allocation from the general fund in order to continue providing that service or staff position?
We do have 2 staff positions that are currently funded by grants. One is our homelessness services provider through our encampment resolution funding allocation. And we have applied for round 2 of that one, and we're hopeful. I believe that there's about a year or a year and a half left on that position, so that those impacts are shown in fiscal year 24-25. And then our CAP program manager is also currently funded through some ARPA funding, looking at working on some projects related to the climate action plan. And so we're looking in the next 2 years that will unwind and be 100% general fund funded if we continue with those 2 positions.
I see Miss Lee too.
I just wanted to point out, in answering your question, our contract with the Downtown Ambassadors is funded by ARPA money.
That's correct.
Correct.
What about our community improvement team? How are they funded?
They're 100% general fund, so they were never a part of a grant or any special funding allocation. It was just with the Q2 report, we added those positions at direction of council.
And then the homelessness programs manager, as Sarah stated, is grant-related. However, that would not affect the general fund. It would be out of other revenue sources through like CDBG, PLHA, housing, and other housing-related funds.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. And with that particular, the homelessness services manager position, could you describe that grant that they're currently funded through?
Yes, that's our $1.8 million encampment resolution grant that we received through the state of California. It's a 2-year grant, and we requested a position, plus it's funding several social workers, encampment cleanup, housing resources, all for the area along the Buena Vista Creek that kind of does along the 78 corridor of Vista Village down to Costco. Okay. And we are going for another round kind of in the Sycamore area over closer to Shadow Ridge for another 2 years, which would also fund that position.
Okay, so that position could be funded by a similar grant, or we can look at other allocations. Those allocations, I am aware, could be used for other resources like shelter and housing. So
Yes.
that's where I would want to have council discretion there in regards to the position versus using certain like state funding sources that could also be allocated to housing. Okay, and then, so that's with staffing. Thank you so much for that. And I think my last comment, I think this also is about staffing and coverage and public safety, and that is in regards to our fire department and any anticipated possibility of consolidation regionally, because when they do perform their calls, they're going into other cities, right, and providing services to other cities. So what does it look like for coverage and staffing to be managed through some sort of consolidation of our different fire departments?
I would say there's been some discussion of it. We haven't done a deep analysis in our office for certainly, and obviously the perceived benefits is a consolidation of administrative positions. Obviously you've got one chief, that kind of thing, and how that's structured. I know that's been a point of discussion among the different fire departments, but I'm not aware of any actual, pen to paper analysis that's been done to make it feasible.
Okay, well, I just had a question about it, and perhaps it's something we could discuss further, because I really don't have a lot of information about it, but thought it was relevant for talking about coverage and staffing, and it's a large portion of our expenses. So thank you so much for answering all my questions.
And if I could add, I know that Heartland does something similar for El Cajon, La Mesa, and Lemon Grove, but they all have still their own fire personnel within their city. However, it's the chief and the deputy chiefs that are all kind of centralized within this administrative for all the areas. And then each city still has like their like La Mesa Fire Department and their fire stations and their own fire personnel. So there's a bunch of different ways you can actually look at it, but it's never been something that we've looked into. But if that's our direction, we can definitely work with the fire department and find, what to go. But it also would have to be a regional approach. So there's many different players, stakeholders.
Before we left the subject of the cannabis revenues, I wanted to probe a little bit. We got information that cannabis consumers drive 12 to 14 minutes, but is that information specific to the Vista cannabis market, or is it generalized to, say, the state of California? The reason I ask is consumers that shop in Vista don't have the option of buying anywhere else within a 12 to 14-minute radius, so they're captive for that reason. So just whether or not the information is specific to our...
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that. So this is from, as Mike mentioned, a cannabis economist we work with, and his point was just generally speaking in this market.
So not
folks
specific
are
to the
willing
Vista,
to drive for that.
the
Yes,
North
correct.
County, San Diego market.
Correct, yes.
Right. So, I mean, I guess the point I would want to make, thank you very much, is that, the County of San Diego Board of Supervisors could allow cannabis in the unincorporated areas, which would add immediate competition within the very drivable immediate surroundings of our city. Oceanside, I don't see San Marcos as likely, but Oceanside or Escondido, I think would have a tremendous impact on our business. And I think that's one of the reasons that we've held the revenues aside. I think in my opinion, the biggest reasons are twofold. One, the revenue is new and it's still unproven. We don't know. I mean, we have an idea of what it's under current conditions likely to produce in revenues, but we don't know what other regulatory shoe is left to fall. So I think, until we get the next decade behind us, we don't really have a clear picture of what other actors' actions may have on our market. But I think on the other side of the coin, to my way of thinking, the voters having approved cannabis did, as Councilman Green mentioned, expect that they were going to receive some revenues. And I think it's interesting that we have the ability to communicate with the public the specific benefits of the cannabis revenues. And I would also mention that in most of the 8 years that I've been on the council, council never had nearly as much purview and opportunity for discussion and achieving individual council members' priorities for their districts and the city as we have through the cannabis revenue. It's provided us an opportunity to really address some of the things that the council members have brought forward. So I think in the terms of the way we think about that, the council, if it was a choice between the way we're doing it now or we went back to where, honestly, the year-end reserve or the year-end surplus was generally spent by the time it was brought to us, and it was unveiled or revealed to us, and there was not a lot of opportunity. So now that was a decision that, frankly, council made, and we were accepting what was given to us by the city manager at the time. But I think by keeping that number out there, it gives us the ability to have that discussion. So I just wanted to make those points. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
All right, I got my list of questions. First, I want to start with, since inflation has been so high, do we have a calculation, and maybe we haven't lost any real dollars, but do we take a look at our reserve and see if we have lost buying power with our reserve due to inflation?
Well, I would say that's probably a byproduct of whether or not the earnings, our percentage return on our
Right.
earnings, whether or not it's equal to or less than or is outpacing inflation. I can tell you the number from last summer when inflation was at 9%, we weren't earning 9%. To sort of simplify, the overnight camp rates right now, which is our primary investment vehicle for the cash portion of the portfolio, is yielding about 4 3/4. So as we sit here right now for that portion of the portfolio, no, it's not. We are losing. But we are optimizing, we're being strategic with minimizing that loss of purchasing power, I would say.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think this is an important calculation for us to have, even going back and looking, since, let's just say 2021 and see, if we have a loss, which I think we do, in buying power because the rate of return did not exceed the rate of depreciation.
That does also assume, though, that the city is purchasing the equal quantity within the basket of goods that the BLS measures. I mean, that's usually, anytime you see a high or a low inflation number, I'll look in, it's like, okay, what's really high, what's really low? Because sometimes when the overall number looks good, it's like, well, used cars are much cheaper than they used to be, but most of us aren't buying a used car every month. So there is some detail to it that's nuanced, whether or not it's individual components of that basket of goods looked at singularly, as well as whole categories that the city may not participate in.
Right,
So
yeah, that's right. I
It's
think
a proxy. It's
It would be
certainly
a lot of
proxy,
work, but I think
would.
it would be important work to do because, what I would hate is to have a significant loss in buying power when we have real community issues that we can resolve with a one-time expense, right? And so I'm not suggesting that we spend all our reserve, but what I am suggesting is that we may be losing in investing in our community and showing that return on investment by holding too high of a reserve. And I don't have enough data to even have a conversation about that. But if I were to have this type of data that I'm requesting, I would be able to at least look at trend lines and see real dollars if we lost them and what that loss would be. And kind of we can add that into the mix of our conversation. Okay, so thank you. I don't know, how long it would take to figure that out, but I
I'm
think
thinking that's something I could probably ask of our financial advisor. I don't know if they would have that data specifically, and certainly they wouldn't have the data specific to the cash component of our pooled portfolio, which that can ebb and flow. We usually, I would say, vacillate between 11 and 20%, depending upon the time of the year, and also the condition of the yield curve. Because right now, our overnight investments are yielding higher numbers because of the curve inversion.
Right.
And so while we're capturing those higher current yields, thereby minimizing the loss of purchasing power, we're also jeopardizing ourselves, if you pan the camera back from a chronological standpoint, to the reinvestment risk where when the yield inversion reverts back to a more normal climbing yield where your risk return is going to be higher further out. That's part of the reason why I meet with our financial advisor every 2 weeks and have that discussion. But even if I were to ask them that, it would be a whole separate analysis as far as what the yield would be relative to the loss in purchasing power due to inflation. We could do that analysis on the cash side probably pretty quickly. But again, I don't know that it's a direct proxy in terms of purchasing power because of the differences of how the Bureau of Labor Statistics builds that basket of goods and drives the percentage change.
Right, yeah, it's a complicated question. And I think if we can get any data regarding it, it could just help us have a better conversation about it.
I mean, it's easy enough to take because we have three primary overnight cash vehicles. One is the camp fund, one is the lay fund, and then the other is the third that council approved a year or two ago, which was the San Diego County Investment Pool. And for camp and LAIF, usually I've got their yield on a daily basis, within 24 hours. San Diego County is a little bit slower, but certainly we can look at what's invested in those three options to sort of marry up to the actively managed portion of the portfolio. I would need to check with our financial advisor to see what that effort would look like.
Sure, thank you. I would appreciate that because I think it's not only is it an important data point for us as decision makers in sending, a message to the community about what we want to do and how we're going to get there. But I think it's just in general probably a good practice. Now, continuing on the concept of reserves. So when we were at the beginning of the pandemic, we had a structural deficit reserve, correct? That was outside of the reserve, the just regular reserve. And so I'm understanding that correctly, right? We have two, essentially, reserves. So, and before we go into our regular reserve, we are going to go into our structural deficit reserve in most cases.
There's almost not an order of priority. You are correct. There are two components of the general fund balance. The structural deficit reserve, as was detailed at the outset of the pandemic, is about $9.3 million.
And we didn't have to really tap into that at all, right? So we're around the same amount?
Correct. We didn't have to because of what we previously talked about with the online sales tax collection, as well as the outsized performance of the cannabis industry.
Right. Okay. So my question is, I know that we have a goal of 35% reserve. Does that take into account both of these reserves as a combined?
At this point, it does not. But
I think there's a problem there.
And that's fair, but like I previously cautioned, we're at 35%, including 100% of the market value of that Section 115 pension trust, which will vary significantly. And when we made the presentation to council last summer, the goal was to try and get higher yields, speaking to your point about not losing purchasing power.
Yeah.
But
that was a really important conversation we had.
sure, and we made that transfer within 2 days so that we had it included in our ACFR, and it would be reflective of council's direction. But with greater potential for gain, you've got greater potential for loss. And so from if we had to operationalize all of our reserves, just the sky really did start falling, as you previously described, Deputy Mayor. I look at there's $20 million in fund balance that's available in the general fund, and then there's 18.6 as we sit here today in the 115 trust. But if we slide into a recessionary condition, there's a really good chance that 18.6, at least half of it that's invested in equities, is going to be compromised significantly. And we'd have to dollar denominate what is right now, holding shares of different stocks, different equities. And that speaks to the notion of realized and unrealized gains. We've got a multi-million-dollar unrealized loss right now in our pooled portfolio, and that's reflected every month when we provide our treasurer's cash report. It's incumbent on me as the city's treasurer to make sure those losses stay unrealized, because and that speaks to safety and liquidity, which are the first and second most important elements of public agency investing. The third being yield. Of course, we want to have a good yield, but it's my responsibility to the council and to the constituents that their money is safe and then it's liquid when we need it. And so when we talk about extraordinary expenses, that does start to call into question liquidity. Now, right now, let's just say if $9 million was allocated to a special project from council, as we sit here today, we've got enough of a cash position that the funding is available. that may not always be the case at different points in the fiscal year, especially with the outstanding ARPA projects that are going to really get going, and specifically the one that represents a little over half of the $26 million.
Stormwater infrastructure at
Correct.
14 million, yeah.
Correct.
What I'm getting at, though, is that I don't feel like there's actual, I don't want to use the word transparency because it indicates that there's like a malicious type, and I don't believe that to be true. But when we talk about reserves, we should be talking about both of our reserves. And if we do have, $18 million that could be at risk of being lost, then maybe we don't calculate that into our reserves, right? So I just want, when we are talking about reserves, to talk about the full amount that we have in reserves, not pretending like the structural deficit reserve isn't there and it's not a reserve, because it is. You know what I mean? So
Perfectly.
So even seeing, like, if we continue the same way that we're going, right, and we have it parsed out just like how we're doing it, I think that we could augment that with just a little footnote even, stating that, we have this additional structural deficit reserve, and an aggregation of those two would mean that we're at X percentage of a reserve. You know what I mean? I just feel like it kind of brings both of those together instead of treating them like they're different.
I understand
It's like
completely
this.
what
It's
you're
like
saying.
very similar color of money.
Yeah, and you're right, and there's not necessarily a legal order of priority for how those, available funds would be utilized in the case of an emergency. If it's the council's pleasure, we could certainly consolidate those two numbers and then discuss, and it's actually been on my to-do list, discuss how we kind of reframe the reserve policy, because I'm kind of loosely speaking to the Section 115 trust balance, because last June we literally took $10 million and moved it there because, and I've spoken to it in prior quarterly financial updates, that depending upon what year we're talking about and what years we're including because of the information lag from CalPERS, the city's single largest liability is the unfunded liability owed to CalPERS. It may be slightly heavier in Prop L, but I'm here to tell you, and we've discussed it ad nauseum today, Prop L is pretty well funded, whereas we are at CalPERS beck and call. I've worked for other cities where I've had council members go, well, gosh, why can't we just buy our way out of CalPERS? That has come up. And it being honest with you, that probably quadruples the cost and would greatly marginalize the organization's ability to recruit qualified candidates, which has already been an issue. We talked about it. Dolores Gascon, our HR director, talked about it with item D6 last week. So imagine a $75 million liability turning into 300.
Right, but I don't
buy our
think
way
that
out.
my suggestion of having an aggregate percentage of these two different reserve funds is going to, it's not going down the path that you're going down right now.
It's not. I went down a rabbit hole, but I'm sorry.
Right, I mean,
I could talk economics with you all
totally
day.
different things, right? And I would love that, right? I mean, this is a great forum to be able to have these discussions, but it just concerns me because I feel like we're not having an honest discussion about what our true percentage of reserves is, because if we're at, X amount, then there's this like wink, wink, other X amount that we don't talk about that's actually part of it. And like you said, there's not a legal passage to say that we're gonna, use one versus the other. It's just kind of like almost like a narrative, just way of doing things, business as usual, right? So I would like to have a better understanding of what our total reserves, and maybe we keep it parsed out how we do, and then we have an additional column that says total reserve with the aggregation of these two different funds, the total number of millions that we have and the total percentage that is as a reserve of our entire budget, right? So
I was just going to add, you brought up the element of transparency, and certainly I'm going off the top of my head, but it's either note number 10 or 11, and it's tied back to GASB 54, which identifies the 5 subsections, if you will, of governmental funds. And certainly all of those elements that we've been highlighting right now, they're detailed in that note and verified by our auditors. So
Right.
the transparency element is there.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't get our coveted award if that weren't true. And that's why I'm not suggesting that there's any malicious action. What I'm suggesting is that when we get our little picture book as a presentation and we're saying, oh, this is our reserve, I got the answer to the question, which is this other structural deficit reserve illustrated in that percentage of reserve? And if I'm understanding correctly, the answer is no.
In my initial question, it was not included. That's right.
Okay. So I'm just saying, I think it's a good practice to have that included. It could be an additional category just as an aggregate of all our different reserve funds, right? So I don't need it to be consolidated into one fund, right? Any kind of change in that, I mean, that's something that we can talk as a council or staff can have a recommendation. My simple recommendation is basic math. Can we as a council have the aggregate percentage of what our actual reserve is by taking into account the structural deficit reserve that we currently aren't accounting for as part of our total reserve when we have these conversations? That's where I'm at on that one. Okay, perfect. And then I think it is important to have, in this document, it lists the positions that are funded by cannabis. I think it's going along with Councilmember Melendez and asking about grants. I think it is important to have a category of positions that are grouped that are either funded by one-time funds, grants, or volatile revenues, just so we can further have a better picture book again. It just makes it a lot easier for us to have that information in a visual form. It makes it easier for the public as well. As we move towards what has been a goal for me for a long time, which is public participation in our budget, being able to have more illustration as to, this pie chart that we have for our general budget. I think that just goes to making the discussion a little bit easier for folks too. In addition so this is going back to our multiverse model. This is something that I brought up when we had our one-on-ones about this. I really do believe that a council majority decision is what's necessary to update the model, because I would hate for our consultant to get pinged by 5 members of the council, each wanting 4 separate scenarios, and then we get to the point where we're gonna have to pay you a lot more, right? So I think it's important moving forward that any kind of update to the model is either is driven by either a staff recommendation or a majority of the council wanting to see the model updated. So that was pretty much it. Yeah. Okay, and then we talked about the 4.5 million. I'm going to get to public safety, and I didn't know that you were going to bring up regional consolidation, but we already see regional consolidation helping us with our law enforcement, and we were able to get a really sweet deal with not too much increase year over year, which is great. But in total, looking at law enforcement and our fire department, it continues to increase the amount that we're spending on public safety. And that's fine, because public safety is one of the critical components of our city. However, we are quickly marching towards more than 60%, more than 65%, right? If these trend lines continue, meaning that we will have to decrease the other resources that we provide to our city in order to maintain public safety. I think even though there's been no conversation about regional consolidation of fire departments, I do believe that it is an important discussion item that we should probably start discussing, especially if a fiscal cliff does materialize. There are so many different capital strategies that we can move forward with as a region if there's regional consolidation of our fire departments here in North County, where we might be able to see a significant cost savings without needing to reduce labor or the benefits that we provide to labor. And there might actually be the potential to provide better benefits and better compensation with regional consolidation. So I'm glad that you brought that up. I have an issue with the model showing, we had one of the points of discussion was that we see very little growth of population. However, we are calculating one special purpose deputy every 2 years, which if this is a 10-year model, then that's like 5 more deputies. Is that correct?
Those were every one of the sort of sample deviations from the default were really things we had heard and ways we could model. I mean, we didn't model, I mean, we could look at the other side of the ledger and say, well, if there was another half-cent sales tax measure that was evergreen, that's another thing that could be modeled. So those were just samples, just examples.
Yeah, I don't know about every, looking at it at every other year. Especially if we don't anticipate a lot more population growth. So that's just I'm just reflecting back to you about what I'm seeing and what I think is, maybe not 100% necessary. Maybe it's something, instead of one special purpose deputy every other year, it's like we're just saying, hey, we're trying to get 2 more deputies in the next, over the course of the next 10 years. What does that look like, right? Just different ways of conceptualizing it. Because, there was something brought up called the layering on effect. And I feel like the conversation about deputies is like kind of part of this layering on effect. But okay. When it comes to healthcare costs, right, which is the rates, I just think that we should resolve as a council that we support universal healthcare, because that's a huge expense, not only for this city, but for other corporate entities as well. So just throwing that out there. And finally, going to cannabis, I know that we allowed for cultivation, but I'm not aware of anybody cultivating in Vista. I don't know if I just missed that. Do we have any revenue from cultivation?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
So actually, we didn't adopt it. You had started that process, but we wanted to do the equity study first.
Oh, okay.
it is
So
not
no one
allowed
has
currently.
the ability to cultivate legally on that scale. Okay. Have we had any inquiries?
I have received a couple of inquiries, and they're added to our list, so they'll be notified when anything comes to you related to cannabis.
Oh, okay. Awesome. And then looking at other, within the realm of cannabis, other possible revenue sources, I'll just say that when I was at League of Cities for the new mayors and council, thing where I was there with Councilmember O'Donnell and with our acting city manager, Amanda Lee. But I went off on my own. Actually, there were some other council members from different parts of our region, and we went together and we toured West Hollywood Cannabis Lounge. And you would have never thought that there was a lounge there. But I'm curious to see, since we don't have a lot of, and I've unsuccessfully brought this forward to the council, I think 2 times. So there hasn't been an appetite for a lounge here. However, there is the potential to increase our cannabis revenue while we have capitalized on this market so successfully. And perhaps, even just a quick look at what some of these lounges are able to bring in as far as sales tax revenue, cannabis revenue. I would just be interested in knowing that. But again, we don't have too many examples, and National City, I think, is going to be moving forward with a cannabis lounge, so that will probably be the first example here in the county of San Diego, but there are certainly examples, they're fairly new, in other parts of California. But the West Hollywood one was super cool. And I already talked about the professional services. Okay, well, that'll do it for me. Thank you so much for all the information and for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. All right, so 3 things real quick that I wrote down was the fire. I actually have spoken as well with the fire department, and we've been having a lot of issues with the border drop issue, is we're running calls in different cities, and, that's why we have North County Fire running some BLS calls, and I know we're gonna be meeting with our fire department over the next couple weeks here to kind of see what their study said. But I like the idea of keeping the Vista Fire identity, and possibly, if there's a way to consolidate where we have, a chief and a deputy chief for every city that kind of helps, kind of like an equal share for the fire departments within the, within the city. I think it's a great idea. And if, after we speak with a, fire department, if it's something that they would support and something that they would, be into, I think it would help because they would be able to add enough BLS units to handle the heavy amount of BLS calls and then break the ASLS units up where they need to be. So in the future, I think if it's something that could save us money from a financial perspective and also help with our firefighters' fatigue issues, because we have fire departments in very convenient locations to serve multiple cities. And I feel like that's why they're going on so many calls. And, why we have to have the extra BLS unit in here is because of our locations. So if it was something that was, centrally, ran, I feel like it'd be a bigger benefit for us. The problem is obviously getting the other cities on board with it because we are providing a great service to San Marcos and Oceanside, let me tell you. But I really feel like, the camaraderie of our cities, we're all brothers and sisters here in North County anyways. We're all trying to make sure that the community is served and we provide the best possible public service. So if there is a way to do that as one cohesive group here in North County, that would be something I think could be beneficial and could help us get more personnel and have more assets on the ground to take care of the community. So that's something I definitely like to look into. As far as the next thing that I wrote down was cannabis. So I do like the idea of consumption lounges these days. And before the consumption lounges, we didn't have the ability to test. So you couldn't tell if somebody was actively using, if somebody was under the influence, and that was the issue, is you can't tell if they smoked Friday or if they smoked Saturday, Sunday, and, do you just write everybody a ticket who smoked any time within the last week. With the new mouth swabbing, technology that they have the ability to find out when you actually, ingested or consumed the product per se. So I do feel like there are more safety precautions in place than there used to be. Now that there are other cannabis lounges throughout California, there's also safety precautions within them, like, hey, when's the last time you can consume prior to leaving the premises and all that. So not an expert by any means, but I do feel like we were on the tip of the spear with cannabis, and it was frowned on, man. Even the elected officials at the time throughout the county weren't really big on it. And the focused impacts that everybody was so worried about, we're not realizing. And what we are realizing is an infusion of revenue that's doing amazing things for our city. And we're also realizing that the consumers of the cannabis market aren't the consumers that people were worried about, people were scared of. There's no Hells Angels with shotguns sitting inside these dispensaries when you walk in. They look like, Apple stores and a nice coffee shop. So I really feel like Vista should be, being where we are with cannabis, at the tip of the spear on the consumption lounge aspect. So from a budgetary standpoint, I think that would be another way to continue to maintain revenue and also continue to increase revenue. In addition, I wanted to reference the self-fulfilling comment about the cannabis revenue at the end of the year. 1,000% correct, buddy. Self-fulfilling 1,000%. When we went down to this cannabis revenue, we did initially say it was going to be about $4 million. And when it came in to be a lot extra, I could tell you, Council Member Mayor Franklin and I were excited because it gave us the opportunity as a city council to say, hey, this is what we need for our city. This is something extra that we kind of didn't plan in our budget. So I like the idea of setting a number towards our general fund that is a good conservative number. You know, we're at 4.6 now. Maybe we go to 5 or 5.5, but I think we want to make sure that we at least have an extra 20 to 30% cushion for future councils to have that, you know, flexibility and to make sure that at the end of the year, our 5 council members can say, hey, these are things that starting in January this year, we didn't really think about, but at the end of the year, these are things they've come to. Maybe we need more speed humps or more, you know, lights in an area or, you know, park rangers, I think is something we came up with this. So it's a really good opportunity to kind of fix the blind spots that you kind of missed throughout the year. You look like you were going to say something. Do you have something to say?
No, sir.
Look fantastic, though. Just, you know, perfect. So last one is reserves, okay? So when we talk about the reserves, I like what you said as far as knowing what the reserves are and the actual liquidatable reserves. One question that I wrote down, because I love numbers, right? And you said we transferred 10 million over to the 115 fund, but then you said we had 18 million in the 115 fund. Did our 10 million turn into 18 million, or is that just 18 million that we've put in there regularly?
I would love to tell you that 10 million.
I mean, hey, if you're
18
magic,
million
Mike, that'd be
over,
good.
Over the last 9 months, I'm not that good.
Okay. So
no.
this is a. There have been several contributions to
Yes,
that fund.
it was set up, if I remember correctly, back in 2016 or 2017 with an initial deposit of $6 or $7 million. And there was, when I was referring to the $10 million, I was speaking just to the $10 million that was
Recently.
derived from the June workshop that we did. Prior to that, earlier as a result of the pension workshop, we had another, if I remember correctly, 2.2 that was added to it. So obviously that valuation has
kind of ebbs and flows.
flowed a lot over the last year, like everyone's 401k or 457 plan statements have.
Exactly, and that's kind of another thing that I wanted to get to is when we talk about liquidatable emergency reserves. You know, I'm fine shifting money to our pension deficit as it is one of the biggest liabilities that we have, the unfunded liability there. However, I don't want to say that I have that $15 million, you know, so if now I'm at 9 million plus 18 million, I'm at 27 million. I'm not at, you know, whatever, 45 million or whatever, you know, we would think if we added it all together. So I feel like when we move something out, although you might be able to calculate it as reserves, we really already allocated that money to pay off a debt that was going to be a future issue. Therefore, yeah, it's kind of there, but the fact that it's a risk of losing it, if I'm going to risk losing it, it's not really something that I can, you know, have right this second per se. So I like the idea of kind of just breaking it down. Even if you said, hey, we have 27 million between our structural deficit and our regular emergency reserves, and then we have 18 million in our thing, and this is kind of how it's made up. At least we know, hey, it's all there. And if we see that market getting really volatile, I assume with some type of penalty, we may be able to pull that out and put it in a lower volatility index or something, correct?
Certainly, some agencies will have more of a 70% bond, 30% equity or stock split for their 115 trust. When the prior city manager and I did the analysis with PFM, our financial advisor, the potential rewards outweigh the risks, so we stayed with the same asset allocation, which was a 50-50 split between the bonds and the equities.
Okay, so that bond, even though you went down the, hey, it could go to 9 million or whatever, we don't anticipate, it's in a pretty secure spot right now.
Certainly, and I mean, they've got an investment committee on the PFM side that if they see an oversized risk, they'll do their best to mitigate as much of that risk as possible, and they certainly keep me in tune to when they're doing asset shifts, even within equities or within bonds.
Okay. And then the last question that I was going to ask about reserves, and when I was on council, I think we started at, we were getting to 20% reserves. I know in 08 we were down to like 5, and we had the huge, layoff, recession, all that. So we wanted to get it up. I initially wanted to be at 25, then I was okay at 30, and now it was at 35. And I was kind of the guy dragging my feet on going to 35 because I thought it was a little excessive. However, being fiscally responsible is very good, don't get me wrong. My question to you, though, is if we could be between 20 and 35% and be a pretty stable city, wouldn't it, like, how bad would it hurt our city? And question for you, if instead of at 35%, we were at 30%, how much money is 5% extra in reserves? And what type of special projects could we do with that extra 5%? Because instead of having, I mean, if I'm going to be okay with 30% reserves, 20% is the low, 35% is the high, I don't need to be at the high. I can still be 10% over the low and feel pretty financially, conservative per se. But I don't just need money sitting somewhere that's not doing anything for my residents. So my first question is, how much is 5% of a reserve? And if we were to allocate that towards a special project, what type of adverse effect would that have on the city, if any?
So reducing the actual reserves available from 35 to 30% in round numbers based on the expense budgets that we saw today, it'd be $5.5 or $6 million. It would be well within the range that we had derived when we did the stress test analysis of what the reserves would be used for per last summer's analysis we did with the GFOA. But as far as utilizing that chunk of reserves, it really goes back to that GFOA best practice of, let's just say it's $6 million. Well, if a facility is built for $6 million, it's not just that initial cost. If it requires heavy programming, maybe the programming to staff that facility, maybe it's $1 million, maybe it's $2 million. And again, part of the reason we're looking at a 10-year projection is if it's $2 million, that's an extra, and this is without compounding, that's an extra $20 million over that 10-year period. And I'd love to say I have complete confidence in CalPERS hitting their investment mark, but their
track record?
They've had some troubles. And hey, there was no place to run last year. They weren't alone. But regardless, the local agencies have to shoulder that burden, and so that's something we have to consider. Because let's use 2 examples. It sounds like you're kind of looking for an example from me. If a community center was built for $6 million, that requires a lot of staffing, programming, that kind of thing. And I shudder to say that it's going to be $6 million, maybe they cost that much. I would probably check with Mike Pacheco, our Parks and Rec
He
director.
built a really small one that was super affordable.
Well,
Mike Pacheco's amazing.
Actually, both of these are in his purview, but if we built a $6 million dog park, there's not...
Dogs included, really, really fancy ones.
Maybe there'd be canine treadmills, I don't know.
Yes.
But,
Tunnels?
We don't have staff that would need to be staffing those canine treadmills. So you see my point. My concern is the ongoing cost.
In my opinion, I don't think that money necessarily would be good use for a special project. I know that we're having problems with staffing right now, and we're having problems with retention, and we're talking about, hey, we need a 5th ambulance, and we need to give staff an across-the-board raise. We got holes in our public works department. We're going to have some new director positions out. We talk about stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Would it be prudent of us as a council to say, hey, man, what if we just put 5% of our reserves into our employee pay pool, where we say, hey, this $5 million should be used over the next 5 years, say, in order to hire the positions we need, or in order to whatever it is. I mean, I don't need the money sitting there doing nothing when I have problems right in front of me that I have to fix, okay? And I can't have you coming to me telling me that I don't have money when I have money, all right? So my question is, $6 million is $6 million, all right? And if I'm looking for a 3% raise across the board for 200 employees, how much money is that? Tell me.
It's about $1 million a year.
Fantastic. So for the next
speaking
5,
just in the general fund.
Exactly.
But again,
I know, but that's what I'm saying is
one-time money.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't need it to be one-time money. I need it to be able to be sustainable for a period of time. So if I'm taking out that much money, what good can that do for my staff? What good can that do for new hires? What good can that do for ambulance or, another BLS ambulance? I mean, the study that we saw as a council said, 65 to 70% of our calls are BLS, and all of our firefighters are ALS. So how many more boots on the ground can I get that can help solve a problem? And that's where I'm at, is if I don't need, 6 times, so if I got 35, so what do you got in there? Like 30 some odd million bucks sitting in there. If I only need 25 sitting in there, well, let 25 sit in there, okay? And then the other 6, I'm gonna make a lot of people real happy, and I'm gonna make my city stronger and better, and I'm gonna show my staff that I care, because that's what we're looking at right here is our budget, and how can we maintain, the services that we have, and how can we add on different layers of positions that we need, and how can we get additional, deputies and firefighters. I mean, it's a big task, and we got money just sitting here that, in my humble opinion, isn't necessarily needing to be sitting there, because I don't need to be the A+ student in the class. I'm fine with the B+, man. I'm still above average, I have no pride issues, and I feel like I don't need to have a pride issue with my reserves. I don't need to be proud that I have 35% reserves. I'm proud of 30% reserves. And if 30% reserves frees up additional funding so that I can pay my staff what they need to be paid competitively to live and to maintain their positions, well, that's what I want to do, because we're spending a heck of a lot of money training people that are becoming amazing employees, and other cities are poaching them from us because we're not doing things for them. So with this particular money, it sounds to me like it's smarter than doing an infrastructure thing, because building infrastructure has required repetitive maintenance and additional positions. It may be prudent of us as a council to say, hey, we need to have salary was reserved somewhere. Have we ever had that? Have we ever had extra money where, hey, we moved it from this to this? Because I really do care about my staff. I think you guys are amazing. And I hate hearing that we're losing people and that people are having to work doubles and triples and not see their family for 5 and 6 days in a row. And it's because of money. And if we're just sitting here holding our money like this because we want to look good on paper and say, hey, we're this, good for you. That's not me. So I don't want to speak for my council, but I do want to say that I think that amount of money could do a whole lot of good. And I don't think that it's going to jeopardize the financial stability of the city. And I don't think that it's going to make any of us look like we're fiscally irresponsible. I think it's going to make us look like, hey, we've seen the studies, we've seen the bleeding in different departments. And not that we need to allocate $5 million to it, but whatever. But we need to put something to it. And if I'm looking for a source for those funds in order to show my staff that I'm serious about this, and I'm serious about keeping you here, and I'm serious about when I spend money to train you, keeping this as your home, I need to do something. And it's something that's never been done before, but I think that would be a good use of the extra reserve funds. So, I'd like to hear what my council has to say, but I think it's going to be smarter than building a community center, building something like that. We have a much better opportunity to get that funded by a government elected official if we have, shovel-ready projects. But when it comes to our salaries and our staff, that's our responsibility. And I think that since we've been so prudent with our finances, that when we're up against a storm like we are right now, that this is when we have to, kind of shake that tree a little bit and make sure that we're there for our staff. So that's my opinion on it. I appreciate everything that you've done, appreciate all the answers that you have. You are a very, very great financial mind, as are you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you both.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
So I will support Deputy Mayor Contreras on a few things. First, the resolution for universal health care I think would be an excellent thing to bring forward and have a larger discussion. Bringing back a discussion regarding cannabis lounges I think would be something we should all at least look into. But also knowing where our buying power is I think is an excellent point to bring up, because there's a project in San Marcos that they approved but then didn't actually move it forward for 10 years, and the project cost doubled. And I would hate to see us have the ability to actually do some good here in our communities in our city when we can do it for $2 or $3 million, then find out 5-6 years later it's going to cost us $6-7 million. So just looking into that I think would be a really good idea. Back to cannabis revenue. So given the unknown actions of our county, of our collar cities, a lot of different things that come into it, I just want to understand the fiscal and financial responsibility of this council to have ongoing expenditures put into those cannabis revenues when we don't always know what those revenues are going to be. Do you feel like it's irresponsible? Is it on par with what other cities are doing? Is it just too much of an unknown? Because if we keep adding expenses into funds that could drastically change, we may find ourselves in a very difficult position further down the road. So I just wonder if you could provide some insight on that.
Certainly. I mean, the conservative route that has been utilized to date with, only programming 4.5 million of, an estimated nearly 7.5 million, let's just say for next year, certainly provides a safety net if there were a hiccup in the revenue. And when we were putting together this budget overview, we have, we heard the council when we came back in the fall of 2021, and we had that $11.5 million year-end fund balance, and council wasn't happy. So we went back to our consultants and said, and it's understandable, and we went back to our consultants and said, we want you to sharpen the pencil. But to that point, if the pencil's really sharp on every single revenue line, it increases the probability that I've got to come to you in November and go, I hate to tell you, we thought we were going to have 115 million and we had 112. This year, there is no shopping list for year end. We need authorization to utilize general fund balance and utilize a portion of that emergency reserve, whichever account we're pulling from, to balance the budget.
If you present me with an $11 million surplus, I will not yell at you, I promise. So, okay, I mean, I just want to make sure that what we're doing for the future of how we're allocating these funds, because I am concerned, and we can obviously have a larger discussion about it, but I am concerned about continuously allocating money towards revenue that we don't know if it'll exist in 10 years or at what level. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I know it's not agendized, but I feel like there's been a significant and a majority talking about cannabis lounges. So I don't even think that I need to say I want to see it in a agendized for a different meeting. I think maybe it's just like at this point it comes as a staff recommendation. That's just my...
Yes, we received 3, so it would come forward from staff.
Perfect. The sooner the better. So I really like this discussion about our reserves. We've never, in the time that I've been here, had this type of discussion about our reserves, and I've had questions about it for a long time. And then when inflation started kicking up, my alarm just started going off, right? So I really appreciate all the comments from my colleagues regarding the reserve. I think looking at, a salary reserve would be, an interesting idea. I also, I agree with all your points about, making sure that our employees here at the city are well taken care of, and that we are never below the median, right, of what we're paying. And I also think it's an interesting opportunity, though, to take a look at perhaps a capital project that would have additional revenue, an additional revenue stream in the future. And perhaps that's something like, the AVO. Because I think one of the great things that we can do is say, hey, we have X amount in our reserve. We want to utilize that to generate more revenue in the future. And then we can have even more revenue that we can discuss and how we allocate that and create a strong workforce here. But I think that there's other opportunities that we can look into that will generate revenue for our city that we may not have the capital right now to realize, but we can bundle together different monies and look at that as a possibility. So just wanted to throw that out there as well. Yeah, I appreciate all the conversation. Thanks.
I might be alone, but, I just remember when I ran for the council and we came off 7 years of structural deficit and had reserves of less than 10%. During the Great Recession, we had to go to our employees and asked them if they wanted an across-the-board layoff, if they wanted a layoff rather, or if they wanted an across-the-board pay cut. Our employees selected to take a pay cut. The council felt like, I certainly felt like we never wanted to have to be in that position again. We do know that we're going to have a downturn. It's not a matter of if, but when. We just don't know exactly when or why. So it's been the pride of this council, previous councils rather, for a number of years now that we've achieved some measure of stability. And I certainly identify with what Councilmember O'Donnell said. Certainly, a lot of us, I know I have lost a quarter of what I've saved during my lifetime in this recent downturn in the market. But it has not deterred me from the realization that I need to save, not only for some short-term downfall or need for revenues, but also for the long term. There is a cost to maintaining these reserves. We have to save an additional amount every year in order to keep the number at 35%, unless there's enough growth, which generally there's not. So it requires us investing some funds generally to keep that 35% number alive. I just think with respect to the 3% across the board, we do have probably the money, given this analysis, to spend that out of current revenues and not touch any of our reserves. And I have deep misgivings, as staff has said, about taking one-time monies and allocating any continuous yearly expenditures to those limited one-time monies. And obviously, our reserves are one-time monies. They don't replenish. So I would have a lot of concern about utilizing those funds. I really believe that they could be gone in a flash. And, I don't know if it's 30 or 35, but we have year-end fund balances that we get to allocate every year. We have the marijuana money that we get to allocate every year. We do have, what do we have between the two? What have we had the last 3 years, sort of off the top of your head in general numbers, in terms of discretionary one-time monies?
Just off the top of my head, I think last year's year-end fund balance was around $3.5 million, and the excess cannabis was 2.9. Yeah, I was going to say 2.8.
So that's like 5.5. That was a low year, right, in terms of discretionary year-end money. What do you think it was the year before that?
The year before that was when it was 11.5 million.
It's usually probably somewhere in between.
Yeah, 11.5 certainly is the highest number that it's been in the 4 years I've been here, and I'd say the mean is probably more, has been 4 or 5, something like that.
So that's our one-time money that every year we can program for our priorities. Otherwise, we can take our reserves and we can cannibalize them, and they're gone. So I know we all have things that we want to spend the money on. But I really want to see us in a position where when the downturn comes, we're prepared to weather it. When our 115 reserve fund drops by 30% because there's a downturn in the market, and here we are looking at, do we want to, liquidate the equities that we hold and realize those capital losses, those. I'm getting tired.
Basically monetize the shares that are in the Section 115 trust.
Our unrealized losses, convert them into actual losses. That's what I'm trying to say. That's always a decision you have to make. I mean, I know for me, in my portfolio, I'm looking at a lot of big losses, and I didn't decide to run and sell things. I'm holding and being a long-term investor and hoping that the value of those equities will come back. And I think probably there's some of that strategy is our strategy too. So sometimes your options are limited, as was said, in a downturn. So I hear four voices in favor of taking some of the reserves and spending them now. And I just would urge you to reconsider that and to consider what value it brings to the city and to the employees to know that we're going to be able to weather a downturn. I mean, this is, this is basic fiscal prudence. So that's incredibly important to me. It's something that's been incredibly important to the community, and I would just urge you to think about the value, even though it's not something that we can cut the ribbon on, and it's not something that we can do a press release about. And probably most citizens are not going to notice that we've done it. And frankly, even when the downturn comes, we might not get the credit. But who is going to know that we did it is our employees that didn't have to take a pay cut or be laid off. So I would just really encourage you to think about that. And, if we want to be good stewards of this organization, I really believe that we need to focus on, not looking at a sum of reserve money and deciding to cannibalize it just because we can. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, Mayor Franklin, I hear where you're coming from, and I don't think anybody up here has directed staff at this point to spend our reserves. But what we are having is a conversation about how do we show our community that we care about them. Do we, hoard cash and lose buying power, or do we still have a fiscally responsible level of reserve, and we're able to take a small amount and possibly put it into different strategies to help our community achieve the goals that collectively they've told us that they want to achieve. And I think Councilmember Green brought up a great point about even internally here in the city, what we can do to help staff. And I think that there's a will being displayed here by the majority of the council that we think that there's perhaps a better way to manage our money that allows more folks to realize the gains that we can have versus just telling folks that we can't do something, even though there's money sitting in the bank account, right? So I hear your examples, right, of the downturn, but no one up here is suggesting that we reduce it to 10%. No one's suggesting that we reduce it to, even 20%. There's just a suggestion as, is 30% adequate? And it sounds like it might be. So hopefully we're able to hear from staff, what that looks like if we were to slightly adjust our goal from 35% to 30%. I think it's just an important conversation to have, and we can make that decision once we look at all the data. But I really appreciate this conversation because it's bringing to light that there are a lot of needs, not only from our employee standpoint, but also from our community at large. And, when I talk to folks and I let them know, hey, this is what we have in reserve, folks want to know why they don't have a sidewalk or some trees. They want to know why they don't have a small park. So that's what I'm hearing from the community. But yeah, I think it's a great discussion to have.
Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue too. When we talk about 35%, we're talking about the percentage of our total general fund budget, which gets bigger every single year. And therefore, if we're not adding from our year-end reserves to top off our reserve fund, then we're actually reducing that number without taking any action. So if you said you wanted to let it go to 30%, all you need to do is not add any more to it at the end of the year. In other words, take those monies, whatever would be required to get it back to 35% at the end of the year, and program those monies. And if you don't continue to add to your savings, then as a percentage of our general fund, which is when we talk about 35%, that's what we're talking about. If we do not continue to pay into our reserves, then that number will naturally begin to shrink. So, you know, if just know that in terms of withdrawing those funds and using them, there's also the issue of, you know, I mean, first things first, you would cannibalize the additional annual contribution to get back to 35%. And you would say, we're not going to do that. And reserves would automatically fall as a percentage of our general fund budget. So, you know, I just want to point out it's a passive activity, really, that gets us a smaller reserve fund, not an active activity. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I feel the need to specify because Mr. Mayor made comments to hearing 4 members of the council that want to spend the reserve. I don't believe I have made any comments during this meeting about the reserve, as well as Deputy Mayor making reference to a majority on the council who wants to have a further conversation. I believe Councilmember O'Donnell did ask a question, but again, I have not made any comments about the reserve during this discussion. So I'm not sure how I'm being lumped in based on other people's comments, but I am, you know, just independent in my own line of questioning and am here for this discussion right now. I would be curious, based on some of the comments from Mr. Sylvia, what projects, services, programs, improvements, et cetera, require ongoing spending and to what extent, right? I think that generally when we're looking at our budget, it's not parsed out that way, and that is something that is valuable information for myself and for the public. And this is a public workshop, and I know we recently had a discussion about changing the public workshop times. I really look forward to future public workshops where we have more participation. Thank you to all of you who are here. It is a very quiet house today, but it's essential that there are members of the public that have participated, but I don't believe we even received any public comments. Did we receive any public comments? So that to me is a huge source of sadness for me that no member of the public came and spoke today at this meeting. And they are the ones whose will we need to follow in regard to these discussions. So if we are to have future conversations about how we allocate funds, maybe reducing the reserve or maintaining the reserve, whatever the conversation is, I would highly encourage a higher amount of community input. And thank you again to everybody who is here. But I did want to specify that I had never made any prior comments about the reserve, but for some reason, by 2 of the members, I was assumed to have a position.
Well, I certainly didn't mean to mischaracterize your position, and I'm glad to hear that you're still thinking on it, and I hope to win your agreement with my way of thinking. Are there any other comments on this discussion item? Seeing none, that will take us to item D2, which is our city council goals updates. Thank you very much to our finance team, that great presentation. Our acting city manager, Amanda Lee, will introduce this item.
Good, almost evening, 7 minutes to evening. Mayor and City Council, the City Manager's Office took the lead this year on doing the City Council goal updates, and in front of you is Caitlin Elliott Norgrove, who's our CAP Administrative Program Manager, and she'll be providing the presentation.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Staff is before you today to provide activity updates related to the 2022 through 2024 City Council goals. Through the biennial goal-setting process, the council identifies its priorities. These priorities, goals, and sub-goals provide direction to staff and help the city achieve its mission to provide exceptional services, to improve Vista's quality of life, and to enhance the uniqueness of the Vista community. The City Council identified goals and sub-goals for the 2-year period of 2022 through 2024 at a workshop on March 1st, 2022. These goals were approved unanimously at the March 22nd, 2022 council meeting. This year, staff has revised the way updates about goal-related activities are shared with the council. In previous years, economic development staff delivered an action item update twice per year, which listed activities organized by City Council goal. During this workshop, you will receive updates on goal-related activities by department. While the reported activities are comprehensive, they do not represent the totality of work performed by staff. This presentation and accompanying materials will inform you of resources, such as staff time and funding, needed to accomplish identified activities, project timelines, and goal alignment. The City Council identified 8 goals for the period of 2022 through 2024: homelessness and housing, public safety, fiscal responsibility, a cleaner Vista, climate and environmental responsibility, parks and recreation, economic development, and traffic continue to improve the flow of traffic for all forms of travel, reduce congestion, and improve our roads and sidewalks. There are 31 sub-goals associated with these 8 goals. Before we begin, Mayor and Council, please ensure you have before you Exhibits 1 and 2, the City Council goals and sub-goals, and City Council goals update.
And if I could just direct you, it's on the goals are on page 3 of your packet, and page 5 is where the sub-goals are listed. The other item.
Thank you. These documents will be important resources for the following presentations, beginning with the City Manager's office. At the conclusion of each department's presentation, you will have the opportunity to ask questions or make comments. No action is needed from the council during today's workshop. I have the distinct honor of sharing the City Manager's 30 goal-related activities. Our department represents 7 divisions: law enforcement, code enforcement, communications, housing and homelessness, information technology, the climate action plan, and special events, which all work in support of council's priorities. To start us off, in February 2022, the city was notified of its award of encampment resolution funding from the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. The $1.8 million award allowed the city to provide targeted outreach and housing navigation services along the Buena Vista Creek. This project aligns with several goals. The first, Goal 1, homelessness and housing, and sub-goals 1A and 1D, continuing to implement the strategic plan to address homelessness and expanding housing services. Goal 2, public safety. Goal 3, fiscal responsibility. And Goal 4B, eliminate visible blight, junk, and debris under a cleaner Vista. Staff recently applied for the second round of encampment resolution funding, focusing on providing targeted outreach in collaboration with Caltrans and the creation of pathways to permanent housing for individuals experiencing homelessness. This activity aligns with the same goals as the first ERF grant, with the addition of Goal 4C, which is to continue to work with Caltrans to improve the on- and off-ramp areas under a cleaner Vista. In August 2022, staff was notified of an award for $65,000 from the County of San Diego for the startup costs of the city's first safe parking program. The total cost for the safe parking program is estimated to be $250,000 per year, and staff anticipates the program being operational in 6 months. This activity supports the council goals of homelessness and housing, public safety, and fiscal responsibility. Staff continues to implement the strategic plan to address homelessness as represented by the continued engagement of unsheltered individuals and families and provision of case management to create pathways to housing, the provision of rental assistance to residents at risk of homelessness, the monitoring of federal, state, and local funding opportunities, and the fostering of interdepartmental collaboration through the Internal Homelessness Working Group. Staff seeks to expand housing services and increase the number of affordable housing units, Goal 1D, by seeking housing and community development funding and by preparing and conducting an RFQ process to identify a location for permanent supportive housing. The expansion of housing services is supported by 3 additional activities. Staff is researching middle-income housing and will return to the council in May 2023. The first permanent supportive housing development in Vista, Santa Fe Senior Village, will provide 54 units of affordable housing for extremely low to very low income seniors and is slated for completion in September 2024. Staff continues to provide ongoing fair housing and tenant landlord mitigation services and contracts with the Center for Social Advocates to provide monthly tenants' rights workshops. The city manager's office also oversees the city's contract with the San Diego Sheriff's Department and works in support of public safety activities. This past summer, staff secured $1.6 million in the state budget for the creation of a new sheriff's substation at city-owned 986 Vista Village Drive and the conversion of the existing substation at Luz Duran Park into a community center. Staff has submitted grant applications for $4 million to upgrade fire department equipment and support firefighter wellness. All these activities also support council's second goal of public safety and the third goal of fiscal responsibility. In partnership with the city clerk, code enforcement and law enforcement staff continue to promote voluntary participation in the crime-free multifamily housing program, which has 17 participants. While 1 new property has been mandated into the program for a total of 6 mandated properties, 1 previously mandated property was released from the program after meeting all requirements. Staff oversaw the addition of 2 school resource officers to the Sheriff's Department contract. This expense is shared with Vista Unified School District, with the city covering 40% of the cost, or approximately $95,000 in fiscal year 22-23, and $124,000 in fiscal year 23-24. At the direction of the council, staff published and awarded an RFP for lighting consultant services to assess lighting needs in the city. With a total project cost of $425,000, this assessment project will be followed by an implementation phase, which is supported by $500,000 in federal funding through congressional directed spending, also known as earmarks. In fiscal year 21-22, an additional code enforcement officer was added to perform parking enforcement. This activity supports the goal of fiscal responsibility and the sub-goal of maximizing the return on city investments. In support of Goal 4, A Cleaner Vista, staff sought $270,000 in grant funding for upgraded recycling bins at city park and trail locations, along with water bottle refill stations. The city introduced the Community Improvement Team in September 2022. The 2 community improvement maintenance workers work closely with code enforcement, public works, and stormwater to address blight issues. Since October, the team has closed 196 service requests and picked up 479 shopping carts. Also in support of A Cleaner Vista, the city manager's office leads the Civil Abatement Task Force, a collaborative effort joined by Public Works, Code Enforcement, the Sheriff's Department, City Attorney's Office, Stormwater, Engineering, Fire, and Building. The task force is currently handling 4 properties, and this work is ongoing. In support of fiscal responsibility and climate and environmental responsibility, the city officially joined the Clean Energy Alliance in August 2022. Services are expected to launch for Vista residents and businesses in April 2024, and the total implementation cost is approximately $7,000, which the city will recover 3 years after 3 years of CEA operations in Vista. Also in support of climate and environmental responsibility, staff is preparing the city's first CAP implementation plan, which will come before the council in April. The city supports additional resources to promote food resiliency, Goal 5G, through its CDBG service providers, Mama's Kitchen and Meals on Wheels. Staff is currently working on 2 CIP projects, the Civic Center Solar Project, which is funded by $3.5 million in state budget allocations, and a public access electric vehicle charging station project funded by a $1.4 million state budget allocation, which support goals 5D, to increase solar at city facilities, and 5E, to increase the number of electric vehicle charging stations, respectively. In support of Goal 3 and Goal 60, to increase recreation services to the public, staff submitted to the National Endowment of the Arts a grant request for $100,000 to supplement Moonlight Amphitheater programming. A funding decision is anticipated before year-end. The City Manager's Office oversees the development of new grant-funded parks, including Palo Vista Park, Avenida de Benito Juarez Pocket Park, and the Weave Fitness Park. These 3 parks are partially funded by nearly $4.5 million in state parks grants and support the council goal of Parks and Recreation, specifically the sub-goal to increase the recreation services to the public. Lastly, staff secured in early 2023 a $75,000 grant to complete a cannabis equity assessment slated for completion in December 2023. This project supports the goals of economic development, fiscal responsibility, and public safety. At this time, I welcome any questions or comments related to City Manager's Office activities.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Caitlin. I love how we're doing this time around. I like how we have the goal sheet broken down, right? A through E, everything, right? So we can parse through it. And that it really provides a rubric for what our goals are. And I'm glad that we're separating it based on departments, because that way we can actually see the workflow, and we can know, I think for me as a council member, it's giving me realistic expectations of following up with some of these goals, because I'm recognizing, okay, I might want this goal that I have to be all encompassing, but it really comes down to one department. So my initial comment with this section under the City Manager's Office, the Division of Law Enforcement and so forth, is in regards to the public safety goal 2D, which is to increase awareness of domestic violence and family crisis issues. And I did note, unless I missed something, that we have not advanced that goal at this time. But I believe that there's an opportunity for us to not so much reinvent the wheel, right? We don't have to establish our own programming necessarily, but what can we do to maybe have a more targeted approach to our activities around addressing homelessness, to also at the same time address issues of domestic violence. So in order for us to get a little bit closer in regards to that goal of having greater awareness and education and action on domestic violence and family crisis, is there a way that we can enhance our homeless services to address those issues at the same time? So that would be my point of feedback on this section, the public safety goal and the City Manager's Office. But I see we have maybe some updates. I would love to hear.
Oh, yeah, I have no updates for you right now, but it is something in the works that Commander Rick Lopez passed on to me to start looking into that program.
Awesome. I know that we had talked about this being a big issue, so I definitely believe it's a priority and it is on our goals. Just making that a reality can be challenging, right? So I know that the intersection between domestic violence and family crisis and homelessness is so clear that if there's, something that we can do to enhance those services, I would be very supportive of that.
And was it discussed like having a workshop of some sort, like having the DA's office, the district attorney's office, and our expertise like have like community meetings? Was that discussed before?
I know that I've been very supportive of providing more groups and services for survivors of domestic violence and family crisis. So if that is a suggestion, I think that would be a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's something we're going to look into.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. That's all for now. Thank you so much.
In the city's exodus, our social worker is definitely trained in domestic violence and recognizing that. So when they are going out, it is one of the categories that we actually identify for reasons becoming becoming unsheltered. And we do provide additional care, and we have those networks throughout the county as well. There's certain facilities, shelters that actually assist those who are experiencing domestic violence, and we do make all those referrals as well. We don't always note it in all of our data, and that could have been something we could have identified, because I think we have made goals to that as well. But again, that was aligned with homelessness versus public safety, so we could have done a little bit better.
I was surprised to see, that goal hadn't been moved towards when I know that those referrals are being made. So I'm glad that we're bringing it up and we're recognizing that there's always more that we can do in regards to family crisis, but we have the infrastructure in place when it comes to our homelessness services, that if someone is having those experiences and it's causing housing insecurity, that we can support them in that. Thank you so much.
And if I may, part of this exercise is figuring out how we as staff can make connections between our work and these goals. So it's an opportunity when we come to you again with the next update to formalize those connections more clearly.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and for outlining this in such a spectacular way. I want to thank Captain Boyce for coming down and letting us know that this is, when it comes to domestic violence, it's something that we are planning to work on, and I appreciate Councilmember Melendez bringing that up, because I think it is important to hear more data points on it and how we're going to actually be successful in this goal. And then when we're thinking about, back to the last item on our budget, if we're hearing from our social worker that's helping to prevent homelessness and connect folks who are experiencing homelessness to the resources that they need, and we're hearing from, that individual that there are, X amount of folks that are discussing domestic violence as one of the root causes, it could be just a way for the council to discuss more about what we want to see as far as expanding a contract for social workers. And perhaps, that's when we're looking at how to help get to our goals and look beyond what law enforcement can do, that there might be a parallel social service that could actually help law enforcement, help us get to this goal, achieve the goal, right? So I think that's an important data point that could provide more fruitful discussion for this council in the future. And I wanted to say about our climate action plan, do we have annual updates on that?
We will.
Okay, perfect. And that's going to start this year.
Correct. So when staff comes forward in April with the implementation plan, we'll also provide a more comprehensive update on the status of implementation, and then moving forward on an annual basis, we'll provide an update. Okay, great. Yeah, and implementation is the whole key to a functioning climate action plan. Without the a roadmap for implementation, then might as well just not even have a climate action plan. So I appreciate that we're going to move forward to updating not only the council, but
this is something that our residents were really invested in, and it's some of the best workshops I ever attended had to do with the climate action plan and getting people, folks were really, really, really happy to be able to vote on these different things that they wanted to see. And, again, it goes back to tree canopy, community choice energy, and 100% renewable energy being, some of those top things that folks wanted. So I think the community is hungry for updates. I appreciate that you're working towards that. That's all for me at this time. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, we're adjourned.
Unfortunately,
That was
no.
just, now, that was just city manager's office.
Oh, I'm
Now we
sorry.
have all departments.
Oh. I thought that was the end of the presentation. My apologies.
I'm sorry, I don't have better news.
Yes, we will go pretty quickly.
Yeah, we have the fire department up next.
Oh, I'm sorry. We made it all the way through the list of goals. I thought we were done.
Wherever you're comfortable.
Nope, not yet. Hit that button one time.
Turn it green. First time in front of you, so, but I'm pretty good about speaking openly, so I'll just speak openly. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about the goals. As the new guy, I'm kind of coming to speed myself, but I should be able to speak to them to a certain degree. The first goal was pursue grant funding for vegetation clearing and fuel reduction for city property and encampment areas to reduce fire. And I think it's more so that would be to reduce risk. Let's do some preemptive work before we have the fire. So it's actually risk reduction. And that meets 5 of your goals in the first 5 of that. We continue to look for grant funding. And so as you're looking at spending money down the road, this might be a place you can focus a little bit of your energy on, is that risk reduction there. The second item was present an annual budget, and that's not due until August, so we'll kind of just bypass that, if that's okay. Your third goal was replace Station 3. It says the grant was from Cal OES, but actually that was a state grant that you got $5 million for that. And then the fire district put up a $4.5 million, and you're going to match the rest of it for 10. The plans are being developed. We're working on that diligently. I talked to Mr. Chief Usher this afternoon, and the temporary station, they're about 75% in the process, and they're going to have a meeting on Thursday. They should get close to 90, having that process for the temporary structure and working on the final plan. So that project's continuing to move down the road very, very well. I've seen some preliminary plans. It's a very good-looking facility. You should be very proud of where you're heading with that. So that's got some great potential. The next piece I'm going to let Brett speak to is about the change your ambulance delivery model. And he's talked just briefly about that, but there's a lot of work being done on that concept. And I know that was hit hard in your financial impact, and really depends on how you put that model together. It'll have, depending on what kind of impact it'll truly have on the city as we try to change that model to take some pressure off our folks. So Brett?
Yeah, so I want to thank our union, put an ALS 2023 group together to take a look at it. And then we met with the management team and included labor and management to take a look at what the different models were. We have a lot of proposals set forth with a lot of options, but we're looking at the lowest financially impact option that we can provide that'll provide the best service to the community, provide relief for the crews. So we're looking forward. We have a staff report that's in draft that We need to meet with city management and kind of get the boundaries on, but we're looking forward to presenting something to the city management as well as the council on staffing going forward and what that staffing will look like in order to provide the service to the community. In addition to that, not just ambulance staffing, but we did get approval from the city management to pursue a SAFER grant to look at additional staffing on the truck company. And SAFER grant is federal grant funding, and that allows payment to the city full costs of personnel for up to 3 years. So we are going to look at pursuing that grant as well. So we do have things that were in the works and that are coming to you shortly.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
So probably 8 months ago, I had reached out asking about a piece of land that needed fire abatement mitigation to be done. I was told that we needed to wait for a grant. I was just curious where we're at in the process of receiving grants for abatement, if how much we've received or if we've received any, or kind of where we're at within those.
Well, I'll answer that. I don't know. But I've always felt that if I don't know, then I'll go find an answer. I could try to give you an answer, but that would be inappropriate. Craig might have a better understanding of that. His words to me today were, we are still aggressively applying for grants, but the fact that we've received any, I'm not sure. So, don't know.
As the city's previous grants writer, I can speak a little bit to that. We've pursued funding through CAL FIRE for fuel reduction activity and fire mitigation activity. Some of that encampment resolution funding, as you saw, is supporting fuel reduction in the Hacienda Buena Vista Creek area. And I know that it's a priority of both Public Works and the Fire Department to identify funding sources that can support that work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much. Real quick, I know the answer, but the temporary station location that you guys are going to be making when we close down the fire station that we're rebuilding over there, where is the temporary fire station going to be located at, sir?
Yeah, it's going to be on school property, so we've come to an agreement with the school. So off of Old Taylor near our Public Works yard.
1234 Arcadia Avenue? Fantastic.
That's the exact address. I'd have to look it up.
I got you, but it's the building in front of the Vista Unified School District over there?
Yeah, and it's a good collaboration between us and the school district. We've had a good relationship with them through Public Works and sharing facilities in the past. They're excited about having us there. We're excited about being there, and it's still in the approximate location of Station 3, so good response.
Perfect. That's what I was wondering as well. And I just wanted to reassure the community that we're not jeopardizing the integrity of our fire service. We're not jeopardizing our response times or anything. The temporary location that we have is going to be just as functional and just as able to serve the needs of the community as the established station, correct?
Yep, you'll have a station and an ambulance there, just as it is at Station 3.
Are they putting a fire pole in like you have at Station 1 to slide down?
There will be no fire pole.
What about at the new station? Have you seen the design, and is there a fire pole there?
There is.
Yes, there is. Thank you, Amanda. That was one thing that Chief said, is you've seen the design. I haven't seen the actual design. I'd love to see the, poster board of what the new fire station is going to look like. I think that'd be a cool presentation for council and the city to see eventually, so I'd be excited about that one. I do want to thank the union firefighters and also staff for working together on the ALS study. I know that we don't actually have the results of it, or as far as what the actual cost breakdown is going to be moving forward. I do know that there are going to be some staffing needs. I know as a council we spoke about the need for the 5th ambulance, but I am really looking forward to kind of what the approach is going to be, because I know that we obviously have some financial constraints coming up, but we also have staffing constraints. So, when we start talking about, where's the money coming from and how many people we have to, get to maintain that level of public safety that our city's been so used to, I'm really looking forward to seeing how we're going to do that. I really think that study kind of opened my eyes up as far as the ALS calls and the BLS calls. And I know initially at the North County Joint Dispatch, there wasn't really a distinguishment of, hey, this is either an ALS call or a BLS call. And I know now from being on a ride-along recently that they specify what ALS and BLS are. So as a council member who's done a lot of research on this and worked really well with the fire department over the last few years, I feel like another BLS ambulance, in service in Vista would take a whole lot of pressure off of our boots on the ground and really free up our other paramedics to be doing, other jobs within the city. So I'm really looking forward to that. I know that we have had a precedent of service where all of our firefighters are paramedics and things, but I really feel like this could be a good opportunity to recruit new talent and also build our fire department up from within in the event the study comes back good and something that we can financially work on together. And I think that we'll have the support of hopefully the whole council, the whole department, and the whole city, knowing that we're going to be able to increase the amount of actually hands and feet on the ground serving our community. The other last question that I had, and it goes into conjunction with what Councilmember O'Donnell was talking about. If there is an area that we need abated that is an actual fire hazard, why would we wait for a grant? Don't I have a public works department that if it's actually an area that needs to be done, it can be done? And if it's not budgeted, is this something that a council member has to bring forward? Because in my opinion, waiting 9 months for a grant to abate an area that is a hazard isn't something that I would want to do, and I don't think that it's something that we typically do. So just hearing that it's been 9 months and we're waiting for somebody else to pay for that, I'm not a big fan of. So if somebody could speak to that for me, I'd like to know when we get denied for grants and we're supposed to be abating actual fire hazards, how can we just get that done? I know we got a lot of boots on the ground.
Yep. I think we'd have to know the details or get the details from you to find out. I know typically it depends on land use and land ownership. We do active weed abatement inspections, and we have a forced abatement program. So we do force abatement on people that are out of compliance. And then if they don't pay that, we have a fund that pays that, and then we in turn put it on their property tax roll. So, but that's for private property. When it comes to state property or public land, there's different land use issues. And then we also have environmental impacts that we work through Fish and Wildlife with, and they have some restrictions too when it's designated open land. So there's kind of a balance between
A lot of juggling you got to
fire
do before you
mitigation
can mitigate.
and environmental too. So without knowing the details, but certainly we can look into it with the details and find an answer for you.
Perfectly. And I don't know the situation either. I just know that if there's something that needs to be abated, I really want to help. Yes, sir, please.
So I know it was either county or state land, so that's probably exactly what's happening. So, but I will get you the details on it, and we can talk more about it off.
Sure, offline. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask the question because I had never had that happen in my district. And if it did, I'd want to make sure I knew how to fix it quicker than that. So, and thank you so much for the report. Thank you too as well, Chief Palmer. I know that you guys are both in there working hard, working with our firefighters, and you guys got a really tough job. And these guys are working 24 hours a day, sometimes multiple days at a time, missing their families. And I know you guys got a really tough job there. So I appreciate it. And thank you for keeping us safe and continually providing an accredited fire department for the city of Vista. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate it, and it is the funnest, most gratifying job in the world. So we're lucky to do it, and we're lucky to serve the community. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
And we don't have a few goats that we can just let loose and see what happens.
We've done that program in the past.
I have a question because I don't see it as a goal on here, and I actually think it should be a goal. And I'll just ask it about Fire Station 3, but it really is about all fire stations. I haven't seen the plans either. Are we going to have electric charging stations here?
So that is a question. We are going to have electric charging stations. They are going to be on the outside, and they're going to be for public use. We are looking also at possibly having enough electricity to possibly have an electrical fleet for a fire vehicle. However, that is going to be very we're going to have to evaluate those costs, and so those are things we'll continue to do. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, specifically for Fire Station 3, there's limited public parking at the front of the facility. So we're looking at hopefully having one charging station available to the public, but then Staff could also use it for their personal vehicles. That will be outside of the cage for city vehicles. And then at fire stations 5 and 6, with the state allocation we received for charging stations, we will have public access charging stations there that again will be able to be used by members of the public, but then also staff to charge their personal vehicles.
That's good to hear. Yeah, I think we should have a goal that all our fire stations should have electric vehicle charging stations. And also, does this fire station 3 rebuild, is it going to have solar panels?
So again, that we're looking at costs for doing it. We have very limited, I mean, it sounds 10 million sounds fantastic, but when you're building a fire station, 10 million goes pretty quickly. So those are continuous cost evaluations that we're doing to add solar onto there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is the appropriate, are we just receiving updates, or are we also providing what we would like to see as additional goals?
No additional goals at this time. The goals are the goals. This is kind of a receive and file, just an update to the goals. But we can continue in March of 2024 is when you will be able to goal update to your heart's content. And however, we will be continuing bringing you up information about Fire Station 3. The plans aren't finalized. That's the reason why you haven't been brought up to any plans yet. It's still in its beginning stages, and we're still kind of looking at what we want there and what we need there. And so those are the considerations of the electrical fleet and the solar at this time.
Awesome. Yeah, and where Fire Station 3 is located, that's a great opportunity to have charging stations for the public as well, because it's kind of outside of where all the charging stations are. So I don't know. I'm just saying that when we get to updating our goals, it would probably be important to have it as a goal that all our fire stations do have electric vehicle charging stations and they have solar panels.
If I could also just quickly point to climate and environmental responsibility. Solar D is increase the solar at city facilities, so it probably would be under that goal. And then E is increase the number of electrical vehicle charging stations. So I think we kind of hit both of those.
Perfect.
But just under that goal.
Yeah, and specifically fire stations. So.
We could do city facility. Well, it's kind of a city facility, but we can also expand that.
Well, if I may, so the city intends to use its ARPA allocation for the CAP to support electric vehicle charging stations to meet fleet needs. So kind of phase 2 of our charging station project is looking at what our needs are going to be at Public Works, Civic Center, and other city facilities for staff vehicles, or for fleet vehicles, excuse me, but a component of that work will continue to be ensuring there's sufficient public access that is available for staff personal use too.
Awesome. Yeah, especially because our fire stations are built with the notion of standards of coverage. So it is a great way to allocate, I think in my mind, charging stations for electric vehicles, because it is relatively, it covers the city in a really good way, right? So people can have access to these charging stations, and as well as our employees. Thank you. That's it from me.
I think on the on that same climate and environmental responsibility, our next one on there is purchase new extrication equipment tools, and they're battery powered versus gasoline powered. So whenever we can, we've been trying to use electrical generated power equipment. I was at first skeptical of the extrication tools because they're an essential need. They're the large scissors that we use to cut cars apart, and then jaws that we use to separate. And you know, if you don't use your battery, they slowly die. So we check on them, and I'm amazed at how well these tools work, how fast they are to deploy. When we have a vehicle extrication on the freeway or one of the roads, they're immediately put in service. You don't have to roll out hoses and start a generator. And we've been searching for grant money for this as well. So we did secure grant money for this in the amount of, I believe, $50,000. And we're purchasing this equipment next month, and we'll be replacing the older equipment on the rigs.
If there are no other questions for the fire department, we've got Public Works at bat now.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
And I'm here to talk about the activities, for Public Works, which will help the council achieve its goals. As you know, Public Works, there's 6 divisions and then also about 60 staff. It is the second largest department in the city. In the BPO areas, it is actually the large and the green lung areas in the city. There's 4 of them. The areas of concern, although Public Works staff, with other divisions of the city continue to patrol the area, and the area of concern is the corridor of Hacienda, especially by and by Vista Village, I'm sorry. So, there's tents appearing there continuously. So we work with Caltrans, we work with other departments in the city and to address that. As for street sweeping, its goal for, it is done every 2 weeks in all arterials and all collectors and also local streets. All streets, they need to have a concrete curb. And to have and the street sweeping. And the next one is pressure washing. It is done as needed in all facilities of the city, but for Skate Park B, which is heavily used, it's washed every 2 weeks. We wash the entire facility as well as the restroom, but if there's any issue, sometimes in between that 2 weeks also, we tend to wash it. And the last activity on this page is clean streets and all that. It's in the public right-of-way. This is one of our most important goals for public work, to remove blight in the public right-of-way. So, and there's teams of contractors, and that pick up trash in the public streets. And from Monday to Friday, in the city parks, it's done every Monday, also Wednesday and Friday. And the streets are based on the survey which we receive from the general public, about what we actually what we see for the presence of trash. The next page, it's the goal of Public Works, to work with Caltrans to improve our 5 gateways into the city from State Route 78. As you know, there are 5 interchanges. If you look at Emerald and then also Vista Village, there's plans or ongoing activities, to improve the interchanges. Okay, so out of the 5, actually Sycamore has already been landscaped. So there's only 2 interchanges, that has not been improved, that we are striving to work with Caltrans. And that is Civic Center and also Mar Vista. And the issue is to apply for grants, to work with Caltrans, cooperatively to get some grants to improve the landscape and the hardscape. And for the next activity to increase our urban forest canopy, I was just checking today at the website by the USDA. Forest canopy in city, Vista is up to 18%. If we compare the neighboring cities, we are doing actually very well. I was looking at the tri-cities, so the range of the canopies in other cities are about 8 or 9% or in the teens, but we are almost 18, 19% in our city, but I also admit there are certain areas that needs and to be improved, especially in the high-density areas. We are working very hard to see how we can plant trees, where there are no irrigation. As you know, water meters are very expensive to install. One is at least $30,000, just for the meter. Then we have to install, the irrigation and all that. Actually, some of the ideas, staff have come is to put irrigation bags at the bottom of the tree trunks, so we fill up that irrigation bags with water every week or every 2 weeks, and that helps the tree to sustain. If we plant a tree, it takes at least about, I would say, 2 to 3 years to be self-established. And the most difficult period or the challenging time is that first 3 years for a tree to sustain itself. And then also the next activity is for goal 6 is pocket parks. Pocket parks is where there are empty public right-of-way, like in street shoulders or in street medians, where we plant, large number of trees. So, and for example, areas, where we have planted, it's actually Santa Fe and also Mar Vista. There was a shoulder which was empty. We planted about 15 trees. And then also the Hacienda corridor, wherever there's empty spaces in the median, in shoulders, we are trying to plant as many large trees as possible. And then also in Thibodeau Court, it's an easement area, so we planted almost about 25 trees there. So hopefully all these areas, will help increase pocket parks in the city. And there are also other areas in our schedule. We are just trying to get actually more grants. All these areas are planted by grants. So the city is not spending any money on the trees or the planting. So we are very I would say lucky to work with other divisions, to work with Caitlin, to apply for grants and all that. Improve playground equipment. In the city, there's actually 10 playgrounds. 8 is scheduled to have a new rubber surfacing. That will go out in the next few months. We are trying to obtain bids for the rubber surfacing. I would have to say prices increase so quickly. And the prices which we received about 6 months ago is no longer valid. So there's a 20-25% increase. So it's a real big challenge, sometimes, to give estimate for costs and prices. That's one of the big challenge Public Works is facing.
If I could just for a second, I've got a couple of council members that would like to ask some questions. We have 20 minutes until our scheduled planning commission meeting that's going to take place in this room. So if we want to maybe consume the next 10 minutes, and then I'd like to suggest that we give staff a 10-minute break before they have to convene the next meeting, because we get to go home, they don't. So maybe we could use the next 10 minutes oh, we don't have planning commission tonight? Oh, I thought we had a scheduled meeting. Okay, disregard then. Did you want to wait till the end of this, Deputy Mayor, or would you like to ask a question now?
Do you want me to go? The only question I had, I know that we receive a lot of grant funding, obviously, for all of our tree canopy and tree planting. Are we consulting an arborist when we're trying to find the best time of year when we're planting these? Because I love the work that we're doing. I love the fact that we're able to get trees and that we're getting them paid for. But the trees that were planted at Buena Vista Park about 1.5 years ago, unfortunately, were planted at the wrong time of year. And so what happened was they all died. And we had this row of dead trees. And then I think you guys had to go back, pull all those trees out, and then replant them. So I just want to make sure that it's great that we have the grant funding. I just want to make sure that we're doing it all at the right time of year. And there's no wrong answer. I'm just bringing it to your attention.
Actually, we have an arborist on staff, and we also consult, arborists, for our tree maintenance contractor. as we look at the species of the trees, it is very important, that we increase the species of the trees to make sure they're all healthy. I will also address the trees, which were planted over in BV Park. It was not the wrong species, it is oak trees, but our grants from the state and from CAL FIRE, and it requires the city to work, with groups, like the Urban Corps or the Conservation Corps, which is a training ground and for individuals. So sometimes in the process, when we have, a lot of young, hardworking individuals, who have not planted trees before, mistakes are made at site. Wrong irrigation, size of hole or what. It is important for us, to work, with our partners, to correct mistakes and then, to continue. So that is what happened at that site.
Well, my apologies to your team for blaming you. That's really good information to have, though, and I'm glad to know that. So thank you for sharing it.
Okay. Then also in this slide, I would like to mention, the pothole program, it's very important in the city. Last year itself, we did about 6,000 potholes and 500 tons of asphalt. That's one of our major activity.
I apologize.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor had a question.
Thank you, and Kuna, thank you for bringing attention to the fact that even though we may have an 18% tree canopy coverage, there are areas in our city that have no coverage. So that I really appreciate you bringing that bringing forward that comment, just to clarify, right, where we could maybe use some more help with more tree canopy. I'm a huge advocate for North Santa Fe as one of the primary transportation corridors for us to figure out how to get tree canopy there and plant the appropriate trees that are going to provide a canopy. And I just wanted to say on the goal of increase pocket parks and green space in the public right-of-way, that near schools, I think that's really important. So, just as an example, Guajome Park Academy, you have a ton of folks on Santa Fe lining up to pick up their kids, and there's not too much shade. So there's some space there that I think we could, where is it? It's where you turn into Laurel Point. It's all gravel. And I think we could, it's a very small square footage, but right now it's all gravel, and I do believe that that's city-owned property. And because there are a lot of students that wait for their parents there, perhaps that's a location where we can look at creating a very micro pocket park, but putting some greenery there and a bench might be important. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then hearing that the price to redo playgrounds with the rubber has increased. So we're talking, originally it was like $65,000, right?
It was actually $693,000.
That's in total though, right?
Yes, it's in total for six sites, and then we added actually Luz Duran.
Okay, yeah, so it was like closer to like 95, 100,000 per park or more. And then
Yes.
Luz Duran, because it doesn't have any, was going to cost a little bit more. So it sounds like hopefully we have money left over in our budget moving forward, because with the cost of that increasing, it looks like we might have to allocate more funding to that. And I appreciate that the council sought to provide some equity when it comes to playgrounds and included Luz Duran Park, as that is one of the community assets that Townsite has, and it's very highly utilized. So thank you. I just wanted to see about, that's a significant increase. So hopefully I do believe that we do have the funds to do that, but hopefully we don't run into a situation that by the time we need to allocate funds, it's already grown even more as a cost. But Thanks.
And if I could just add, on our next quarterly update, we've already identified funding, and that will be coming to council.
Councilmember Green.
Kuna, my question is a statement. It's a big thank you, brother. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for the camaraderie that you've built with your public works department over there. I really feel like you have taken the helm over there and really listened to your guys, and you're making sure that we're really doing what needs to be done in our city for your public works department. And the truth is, as council members here, your public works department is what makes us look really good. So when people are calling with things down and they're reporting things through Access Vista, your public works guys are their boots on the ground. So big thank you from me and thank you from Vista for all your work and for updating us on our goals for your department. Thank you so much, sir.
I second that. Public Works is doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Recreation and Community Services is next.
Good evening, City Council. Mike Pacheco, Recreation Community Services Director. And it's my pleasure to present our goal updates for our department. We have 6 divisions: Community Services Administration, Recreation Programs, Rancho Buena Vista Adobe, Senior Services / Nutrition Program, the Cultural Arts, and the Wave Water Park. So just the first goal here with identifying potential land for acquisition, we are going to be putting out an RFP next week to hire a consultant to conduct a needs assessment. This is going to help us with this goal. It'll help guide development. It's all about community input and engagement. And we'll get this out. It'll be a 30-day RFP, so we'll get something going right away. I know our Parks and Rec Commission will be heavily involved. The council will absolutely be heavily involved. This would entail, community engagement meetings, surveys, and it's pretty much best practice for identifying what the community needs for this type of a goal. And under the next goal for just increasing recreation services, we actually have been really busy at the Moonlight, and right now we're in this concert series. This is like the cabaret season right now, and there's actually the summer component too, where we've just added a whole 13 concert series. And I think a few of you made it to our our holiday event, the Jingle Terrace Live, as we called it. We had 8,000 people in attendance. This was pretty nice because it was people that weren't used to going to the Moonlight for shows and concerts. It was bringing in people that had never been there before, and just kind of a way to give back to the community, free events. And especially, I think we got traction with the Jingle Terrace Park because people were looking for something fun like that had never been to Moonlight, and they were like, we're going to do it again next year, and they came back and I think had a great experience, even though they weren't driving around the park. People wanted to get out and experience things in person. Another thing we've done at the Moonlight is just adding another show, which sounds like not a big deal, but we're talking, 3 more weeks of just, nightly shows. And that has just given us record numbers, over 100,000 people going to the Moonlight this past year, and that's better than we had pre-pandemic numbers. And who would have thought being outdoors with a venue like this is something that really set us up for success. People want to be outdoors right now, so that was in our favor. Speaking of being outdoors, having kids outside has been a big thing, and we just got inundated by parents looking for day camp. And I think a lot of it's because some of the people that were doing this before have gone out of business, maybe with COVID. So we just, had a big pent-up demand, over 50% increase over our previous pre-pandemic numbers. So very successful day camp this last summer. We're gearing up again for another good summer as well. Next up, we've actually had a great youth basketball season with a new vendor. And they're actually going to expand and do some more seasons with us. They're actually doing some sports camps and clinics for this summer. So that's going to be some more programs coming. We've also increased the attendance at the Senior Center during the Congregate Lunch Program. which again is something the seniors need more than ever. They were, locked down, and now we're seeing them really wanting to get back to normal and engage with each other. And the healthy component is a big thing for everybody. We've added this salad bar option now, which has really gotten them coming as well. Another thing we're all struggling with is just hiring people. So to do all these programs, we have to get people there to be able to offer them. And there's been a nationwide, lifeguard shortage before COVID. And so now we have did some strategies just to increase the lifeguard pool. And lastly, we've actually gotten our school field trip program back. And I think that's another thing that's come back full, is the schools that are coming over here for the field trips. We also do summer camps as well over there. So it's a great venue. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your update. I think it's interesting that y'all are going to be hiring a consultant to determine how to allocate resources for those public spaces. I saw that it was in alignment with Goal 6A. And so could you describe a little bit more about what the consultant will be doing? And I'll just share from my perspective that in District 3, it's kind of evident what the need is, that we need more green spaces. In my district, we have the fewest amount of parks and public spaces and amenities. So I would love to know a little bit more about what that consultant will be doing and what the cost is of that consultant.
Yes, absolutely. In Carlsbad, previously where I was at, we were just conducting something similar right before COVID hit. So they kind of had to hit the pause button on it. But I think some cities have actually called this like their master plan and have added this, needs assessment as a component of it. That was what the Carlsbad model was doing, and I had done something similar in La Mesa. And it is a standard to have something like this with Parks and Recreation, so that you kind of know what are some trends. So about every 5 years, you want to engage the community with what is it that people are looking for? Do we need to change things up? And I think to your point of certain districts, that's part of this analysis, is showing we don't want to get people's hopes up and say, oh, what do you want? You want more of this when we don't have it. So I think that's why we're not doing like a master planning of parks, because that's when you have space to develop more land. And this is more of trying to see what we can do with the existing sites. So it's site analysis. It's showing people, what we have in availability. And so it could be more of a regional thing. To your point, it's maybe not in, every district where we would have, certain amenity, but taking into effect of, where things could be geographically so people can get to those, and hearing from them, what is it that they are lacking and need, before we kind of take a guess at, oh, let's just put something here, or let's put something there. I think it just shows really good best practice to get the community engaged. And it's great because I just think this council has, great communication with the public already, and it'll just help this consultant that comes in. They do this type of work in a lot of cities, and so they're kind of the experts in how to, kind of find out what's kind of happening in the community. We all, I think, have things at the top of our head where we know it's dog park and pickleball, so we can you kind of help paint the picture a little bit with the public too, so you're not, swaying them to one way, but it helps them kind of get motivated in, and you also aren't trying to, bow down to just one group that might be sounding a little bit louder, because that, I think, is another component to this. Is it's hard to get the word out on when we're trying, and you all know this because you're out there, hitting the streets and trying to educate the public, where this component adds a statistical reliable survey. It adds a lot of social media input, so that way we can just make a great informed decision on this. Now, as far as the cost of it, we don't really know. That is a part of the RFP that, we do a scoring component of it, and so we would make sure it's something cost effective. But we would be using our park and lieu fees, which does have a healthy amount of money in it right now.
Okay, thank you. That's really exciting, and I definitely want to support that venture and being successful and making sure that folks can engage. So keep us in the loop as how we can send folks your way so that they can engage with that consultant and be part of the preliminary planning process before we put anything in stone and make any promises, right, that we are making a decision that considers the whole community in mind. So love that. Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mike Pacheco. I have a lot of families that I know in Vista that got kids and use our park for a lot of different things. Even the family date night out actually seemed to be pretty well utilized. I love sharing that and having a grandkid. I know my kids are looking forward to their child being old enough to be dropped off there. But I did want to give you props on two things and then ask a question on one thing. I like to do it with a kindness sandwich. So check this out, Mike Pacheco. First of all, your youth basketball program is off the chain right now. I want to make sure you know that I had two buddies who have boys who are between the ages of 7 and 9, and they couldn't get on a team that was competitive for their kids because we weren't pulling enough players. So their 7-year-old was having to play with like 11 and 12-year-olds. And if you could imagine getting packed every time you shoot as a 7-year-old, not very fun. So the new people that we brought in to run our basketball program, as you know, have done an amazing job and have really, filled up that program with really good players. So whatever you've done for youth basketball, I actually played youth basketball here, Strike 3 Pest Control, which is out of business, but they did sponsor my team as well as Duncan Gunworks. And it was great when I was a kid. And to see that go away, as far as the people involved in it was kind of sad. So that was huge. Also, Yachtly Crew Concert Series. Yachtly Crew is fire. Make sure they always come. I can't tell you how many people love the Yachtly Crew. And then my last question for you, and I'm sure Vista wants to know, 4th of July, bro. How we doing? Parks and Rec 4th of July guy? Am I going to have a Spider-Man drone thing, or we got somebody who's going to blow some stuff up? Do we have any updates on that? Be very quick because it's late and I'm hungry.
Absolutely. We have some options that we will have to bring to council. But yeah, there is you heard me say some shortages earlier, and COVID has no bounds. It's even going after Independence Day. And I think it's just basically, when COVID hit, a lot of these firework companies just went out of business and they just didn't come back. They, couldn't get people to come back. So there's really only a couple of companies out there now, and they're in such demand that it's hard to find firework vendors. So we can't find anybody on the 4th of July to launch fireworks. So we're coming up with different options, and we'll let you guys kind of see what the menu is for all the different things that we're trying to be as creative as we can. You mentioned the drones. We did see a lot of people doing that. Not a lot of people, but there have been some local places that did do that this past summer.
Okay.
So yeah, we would definitely like to talk more about it. We are going to do something on the 4th
Something
of July.
awesome, right?
So yeah, it'll be
something
awesome.
so
Yeah.
awesome. From a recreation standpoint, Vista has a lot to offer, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I just wanted to throw that out there. As a kid, it was always a big thing. And I live right by the park, and a lot of people make it an event. 4th of July in Vista is big, so anything we can do to celebrate our country and celebrate with our citizens, I think would be great. And if it's something new and innovative, that's okay too. So thanks for everything, Mike. Appreciate you. On to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. I see Mr. Voppel waiting patiently back there. No?
Staff hears you on being hungry. We have 4 departments left. Community development is up now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were in economic development.
I'll be
Mr.
quick,
Conley.
Mayor. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. We have 4 divisions in community development, building, construction, inspection, development services, and planning. The goals that we've accomplished so far in the last 2 years, year and a half, is we have adopted the inclusionary housing ordinance and an inclusionary housing study to go along with that, which has effectively created opportunities for affordable housing in accordance with Goal 1D. We have adopted a housing element to reduce barriers to affordable housing, again, in association with Goal 1D. And all of the other goals are related to the update of the general plan, which is currently underway, and that relates to all the council's goals, because the general plan addresses a range of different categories and policies and goals for each of those categories. So we'll be addressing economic development, public safety, parks, mobility, a number of things along with the general plan. And as a quick plug, we do have a series of community meetings the week of May 20th, which we're advertising, March 20th through the 23rd, which we're currently advertising. We'll have one meeting in each of the 4 council districts, and so we invite the council and the public to attend those. And that's my update. I'm available for any questions.
Just quick update. Do you have like a flyer or anything that we can share with the public for those dates?
Absolutely. I have a flyer and a description, and I will send those both to all the council.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your work. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Okay, finance.
Felt like I was just here. All right, so we're actually showing a number of functions within finance. Not so much divisions, really. There's 2 divisions, comptroller and budget, but just a couple of points on the processes shown here. All organizations have AP, AR, and collection functions, but we are working to innovate on the payable side. In other words, we're doing more credit card payments to drive rebate revenue, to create a new revenue source. It's probably not going to be really big for the city, but I've done that in a prior agency, and all it is changing how we pay our bills. So it's a good way to move forward. Payroll, again, that happens on a biweekly basis. Wanted to give a shout out not only to our payroll staff in finance, but also our colleagues in HR, because we couldn't get it done without those folks there to get our 300 full-time employees, as well as varying levels of part-time employees paid on a biweekly basis, as well as completion of all of the various reports that need to be done in that regard. We've spoken extensively about investment and treasury, but I would just add that in addition to the monthly treasurer's reports, we also do semi-annual meetings with the Investment Advisory Committee, and they will provide recommendations for investment options as well as modifications to our investment policy, which is readopted and reviewed by council every year in June. Budget, we've talked a lot about, and just a point kind of bringing the 2 up with capital and operating. Obviously, this is the year where we do the 2-year operating budget. Next year, we'll move forward with the 5-year renewal on the CIP budget. Business license, we have over 8,000 business licenses citywide. Most of them are processed in the fall, but a few are done in June for the ancillary licenses. Sewer admin, it's an annual billing process that occurs in the spring, and property owners do have the option to pay their sewer fees via their property tax bill at no additional cost. All right. We talked about the pension workshop, but the software that we use for doing that analysis is really the ongoing element here. We partner with GovInvest. They're an online actuarial consultant, and with the quite varied returns with CalPERS, having the ability to model what their returns look like on a real-time basis versus waiting for the actuarial reports from them is helpful in terms of planning purposes for staff, and also communicating that information to council, as I've done in the past with the quarterly financial updates. We've also talked quite a bit about the general fund risk-based reserve, as well as reserve amounts. That's an Excel model that we'll be able to use over and over again. Deputy Mayor Contreras mentioned paying our consultant more for the long-term financial plan, but both of those are Excel models that staff is planning on running the updates. So, have them sort of build it, and then we can maintain it. That's the plan. Next item is that long-term financial plan. We talked about it quite a bit. Again, it's going to be a great resource when we're costing things out, both on the expense side as well as the revenue side. The next one is the PaymentWorks AP automation, and that was something that feeds back into our AP processing, and we don't do a lot of EFT and ACH payments at this point because they are quite staff intensive. But once we get this software in place, it's going to help us with an efficient web portal to process and add vendors, as well as, and this is important with the amount of federal grant dollars we get, we'll be able to tell in real time if a vendor is federally debarred, and therefore we can't work with them on federally grant-funded projects. The last one on this slide is Amazon Business. This is something we just started, but based on conversations with staff and prior conversations with council, having the ability to save some money on things that we have to buy, like office supplies via the Amazon Business Prime account, as well as have the metrics available to queue the items for local businesses as well as minority-owned businesses, female-owned businesses, and veteran-owned businesses. That was something we felt was really important in terms of the procurement function and finance. Like I say, we're early in this project, but I'm looking forward to seeing the reporting that we can get from it, and it'll probably be an additional exhibit in the quarterly financial updates. Again, investment management, we talked about that quite a bit, got some marching orders on that, and we'll provide more information in the near future. But I would emphasize that comparing the investment earnings prior to 2016 to now, we're definitely getting our value with the investment advisor that we have. And the reality is a full-time investment advisor can react to market opportunities and really leverage our ability to get more investment income and fund more projects, frankly. And the last item that I have is sewer billing. Currently, we use a dated, internally developed system called SBV, and it's really sort of run its usable life. Staff from IT as well as the sewer division engineering and in finance did demos with multiple sewer billing software companies, and the one that was chosen was Starnick. They've worked with cities up and down the state, and the cities we did speak to were very happy. We're looking to do a parallel test with this year's sewer billing and then a full independent rollout in 2024. And that's the last item I have.
I guess we've talked enough about finance. I don't have any questions. Now it's Larry's turn. Thank you, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here for the Economic Development Department, and we are a lean operation. Just 2 full-time equivalents, myself and an economic development specialist, but we leverage our relationships with the community, consultants, and technology to extend our reach. Just go through, and we'll touch on all of these. I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights. With the partnership of the Chamber, we distributed over $2.1 million of ARPA funds to our small businesses who had struggled through COVID. Additionally, we used ARPA funds to promote our businesses by doing 2 to 3 minute videos, highlighting them in social media, and also doing press releases, just sharing the success that they've had. We developed created and developed a free entrepreneurial bootcamp video series that's available on demand on our website. And that is published in both English and Spanish, and that's free for our local businesses to access. Additionally, we partnered with the Chamber to perform a workforce development gap analysis, and the Chamber presented that to you earlier, or late last year, I believe it was, where we identified some gaps in workforce development training, and we're working with the Workforce Development Partnership, the county organization, to fill those gaps. We also implemented a new CRM for business recruitment. This allows us to be a bit more proactive in attracting and recruiting new businesses. And finally, we implemented the Downtown Ambassador Program, as the mayor mentioned, with ARPA funds. That was a 2-year program, so that will extend through May of 2024. They do light trash pickup in the bid area. They reach out to homeless services. They greet guests. They're out and about connecting with our local businesses and being a resource for them. We also implemented a new business intelligence software called SizeUp. And I want to take this opportunity to invite our local businesses to a webinar that will train them on how to use this self-service tool. It's on March 24th at 9 a.m. And this program basically provides the data that's available to large companies to our local mom and pops. So if you own a coffee shop and you want to compare your coffee shop with others in the city, state, and country, this tool allows you to do that. It also allows you to fine-tune your marketing by identifying the people who spend the most on coffee, and so you can identify maybe another location. And then it also helps you to find local suppliers and build that local supply chain. We also conducted this year our business walk. We surveyed 37 businesses. This was back in October. 85% of them said they plan to add staff over the next 3 years. So that was good news. And also this year, we partnered with our Innovate 78 community partners to create the North County Job Readiness Room. And this is a free micro credential training. It's free, it's online, it's for both businesses and residents. And basically, we're focusing on 3 different industries right now: hospitality, manufacturing, and office admin. Folks who go through this, it's about a 12-hour micro-credential program online. Folks who go through that are guaranteed a job interview with one of the participating employers. And so that's one of the workforce development initiatives that we've worked on this year. Happy to answer any questions.
Is there, I'm trying to see any connection between like the day camps that we have for childcare in Parks and Rec and then economic development, seeing as how our Vista economic development strategy does have a section for childcare. So do we have any goal that's moving us towards childcare as part of our economic development?
Not currently.
Perfect. I can't wait till we talk about updating our goals, because that will be a suggestion for me. Thanks. And thank you for everything that you do and reviewing this information.
Thank you very much, Larry. You got a lean department, but you got the best looking necktie in the room tonight. You get the award. Okay, now
Last but not least is engineering.
we're on to engineering.
Welcome to the engineering section of the City Council Goal Update. My name is Matt Atterbury. I work in the CIP division, primarily working with streets and sidewalks. I'm also here with Sam Hassanen, that's here for traffic engineering. So I'll go ahead and start with the first activity, replace deteriorated storm drain pipes across the city. This is our big ARPA project. That status, it's in process. We're looking to advertise the first phase in this coming late spring. The second activity is the Bobolink Avenue storm drain. This was a storm drain that wasn't completed a while back, and so we'd like to complete that storm drain to alleviate some of the surface water that flows down Bobolink Avenue and onto North Avenue. That project, it's in process. We're looking to advertise, design, build this coming late spring.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sam Hassanen. I'm the city traffic engineer, and I will continue with the update with the transportation engineering and planning items that we've been working on. First one is the Townside Complete Street Project, and this is a $4 million grant that we got through the state. It's been in design for a couple of years, and it's actually going to start construction in May. The next one is we will be building on this Townside Complete Street project. We'll be doing phase 2 of it, just a study of it at least. So we will be hiring a consultant to go out to the community and work on the interior streets of Townside, east of North Santa Fe Avenue. We'll be engaging the community and coming up with projects in that part of Townside to go out and obtain grant, or at least seek grant funding for that phase of the project. And the next one is traffic signals. We have 2 intersections that we're going to be starting design on soon. The intersection of Emerald Drive and Lewis Street, Timothy Place, and then Bobier Drive and Calle Jules. And the design will be started on those, and construction anticipated to start in the fall. The next project is green bike lanes in conflict areas, and that's in a third of the city. So we actually have a contract that is in process now with statewide striping. We'll be doing this implementation in April or May. Develop a comprehensive safety action plan. This is a grant that we just received in partnership with SANDAG. And this will look at the city as a whole and look at all the traffic safety issues, come up with a list of projects and prioritize those in an effort to go out and seek grant funding for them. This will be kicking off in the next month or so, and it's about a year-long effort. Additional speed humps on Apollo Drive. We just completed the installation of 3 of those on the downhill portion of Apollo Drive. Traffic calming techniques on city council priority streets. Those are 7 streets that were identified by the city council that we came up with concepts for traffic calming and cost estimates that we'll be presenting to the city council on March 28th. And along with that items, also, we developed a concept for protected bike lanes and cost estimates on major roads, and will be presented at the same time as the traffic calming and the priority streets on March 28th. And then next is collaboration with NCTD on planning and feasibility for improvements at the Vista Transit Center, including a potential grade separation. And one of the immediate items that we're working on right now is a grant application that we'll be submitting in a few days here to the Federal Transit Administration to specifically look at the feasibility of the grade separation on Vista Village Drive. And one other grant I should mention before I turn it back over to Matt is we will be submitting a grant to the state in a few days as well to develop a citywide multimodal sort of mobility plan. So we'll be looking at the city as a whole. Hopefully we get that grant, and we'll be looking at the city as a whole. Same thing, coming up with projects that we prioritize and go after grant funding for them. That concludes my portion.
Thanks, Sam. So the next activity is the West California Avenue Sidewalk Project. That project's been completed. I don't know if you've all had a chance to look at it, but we also had the opportunity to pave West California from North Santa Fe up to Avenida de Benito Juarez. And then the next item, we do various ADA improvements around town, and these are usually coming from requests from those with disabilities when they call us. They get a higher priority than others because they're persons with disabilities, and goes consistent with our ADA transition plan. But here we've got a small sample where we did some pop-outs and ADA corner ramps on Eucalyptus Avenue and Indiana Avenue, and also on Main and Citrus. And those have been completed. See, the next item is design and construction of the Highland Drive sidewalks. That's currently in construction. Construction is supposed to wrap up by the end of this month. So April 1st, that work should be completed. And the next activity is the CDBG project that will design and construct sidewalks on one side of Nevada Avenue and Lemon Avenue. We have a design contract going to award at your council meeting on April 25th. And then the next activity, we've upgraded 40 pedestrian corner ramps with last year's overlay program. That's something where we're required to update, the corner ramps and ADA facilities when we do an overlay of over 1.5 inches. So all that work has been completed, and that was with your SB1 gas tax revenues. See, the next activity is our pavement management program. And what that is a consultant that we hire that goes out and inspects half of all their arterial streets and a quarter of all the local streets. And they put this into their pavement management modeling. And each street is given a pavement condition index. It tells you the current condition of the street. And right now, our Vista's current citywide pavement condition index on average is 77.5. So we're happy about that. And that's an ongoing yearly project. The next activity is this coming year's overlay project. That's going to be in zones 2 and 5. And that's also an ongoing yearly project. Currently, we're putting together the bid documents to take that out to bid in this late spring. And that's all I have.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I want to say first, I'm super excited to see the town site project move forward. So that's going to be great, hearing that that's going to be starting in a few months here. Also, I want to celebrate Gaia Jules intersection. I think that's going to be phenomenal. I do have a question, though. This is just like a general question. With this type of, it costs a lot of money to put a traffic signal. So I just want to be really forward thinking, and is it better to have a traffic signal, or is it better to have a traffic circle or a roundabout?
So roundabouts is something that we've kind of been considering recently. Obviously, anytime we're looking at intersection control, and the cost is pretty equivalent for an intersection like that. And kind of my thought about roundabouts is always like more of a stretch of a road rather than just like a spot location, just because I think it kind of doesn't set the tone for the street as a whole, and it might surprise drivers, it might result in some issues. So a good example is Paseo Santa Fe, obviously, where we have the series of roundabouts and the whole street kind of is transformed into this different environment where you would expect it. Town site, the upcoming, project, where again, we're changing the environment of a whole stretch of road. So in my mind, if we just place a roundabout just at one intersection without any other treatments and the rest of the street, it may not work very well.
Okay. At Oak, I remember we talked about that intersection. I can't remember if we decided that we wanted a traffic circle there.
That is one location that actually we did this, and that is a program project in the CIP. We will be going to design on that soon to kind of finalize the concept for a roundabout. And that area is a little different just because it is more residential, narrower streets, people are not going as fast. So that's one location where it could work in isolation. And that is a location where also people have been used to an always stop for many, many years. And they do expect traffic to come out of the side street on Oak from the school side. So that is a location where it should work pretty well.
So I just want to take something that you said. And you said that at Oak Drive, this would be an appropriate location because people don't go fast. Well, my side of the story here is that people just run lights, but they don't run a traffic circle. So I do think that it would be good for us to have a holistic approach if there's an equivalence in costs between a controlled intersection having lights versus having a traffic circle. I really would love to invest the money in something that actually stops people versus people just being able to slam through. Because there's nothing that a stoplight does except for tell someone that you shouldn't be going. Outside of that, there's not a physical impediment to transversing that area. So I think if, there's an argument that could be made that Gaia Jules would probably, especially with 2 apartment complexes on either side and a lot of commerce happening there, that there could potentially be a better mobility choice that's safer for folks if we use a traffic circle there, or a roundabout, whichever configuration works best, that would maybe be more appropriate and actually get to some of our mobility goals. So I'm just saying, if it's a cost equivalent, I understand that maybe it's a standalone, but if we're already programming further up a traffic circle, then maybe we can program in the future more traffic circles along this stretch of road that is currently used as a racetrack.
Yeah, and we could, at this point, we're very early, we haven't really started the design. We could, at the direction of the council, to look into the traffic circle / roundabout alternative at Calle Jules and Bobier. And one thing I should say also, that hopefully we are successful in our grant application for the comprehensive mobility plan, and that's the kind of things we're going to be looking at, exactly like a street like Bobier, which is 4-lane road, a lot of traffic, a lot of speeding, but it also has a lot of pedestrian activity, so that's a street where we really would be looking at a complete street concept for. So the reason why we kind of pushed the Bobier-Calle dual traffic signal, it's been a long time that this intersection had problems and people went across the street, and
Right.
I kind of pushed it and said, we should probably just do this just to accommodate what's going on now. Maybe in anticipation for a longer term plan, but we could explore if that's the direction we could explore.
Yeah,
that.
it's so early, and I appreciate you trying to elevate this intersection. I know when I sat down with Patrick when I was first elected, it was like this was number 6 on the priority, and I'm like, this has got to raise to a higher level than number 6. And so I like seeing that we're there and we're going to do something. But what I would hate to do is spend $250,000 to $450,000 on an intersection that has lights, when we could have a discussion about making that a permanent infrastructure improvement that really does slow people down, especially because people are carrying their groceries back and forth. And if we have the opportunity to actually slow down traffic to ensure that pedestrians can cross and also improve the mobility of all forms of traffic, including cars, so that they can move through that intersection appropriately, I think that's a win-win, especially because the entire Bobier corridor, we have multiple schools along this entire corridor, and the amount of velocity that these vehicles are traveling is just not okay. So we really have the opportunity to redesign Bobier to make it easier for both sides of the community to not feel like they're divided by this freeway-esque type of infrastructure. So I want to push back on the idea that a controlled intersection with traffic lights is the best way to move forward. Because I think because we are early in this process, that perhaps we need to bring this forward as a council discussion so that we can evaluate the return on investment of this equivalent size of capital improvement that could go either in a controlled intersection with lights or to a traffic circle concept. And in the future, a mobility study that's comprehensive might state that, along this whole corridor, we want to do that. So we're already going to be ahead of the game. And even if for some reason, which I don't think this would happen, if it's not said that this can be, this is not Bobier is not an appropriate corridor for traffic circles, then we got one, right? And it's doing the work that it needs to do in that community. So I really don't think that we would see a study that says that, this is probably not a good corridor to do it. I think it's a prime corridor. We can really transform it from a racetrack to a community asset. So anyways, if that's something I guess I'll talk to the city manager, but I would like to have a discussion if we need to have council consensus to move from one design to another. Thank you so much. And then I just want to highlight one of the last things on our little sheet here that says annual street rehabilitation and maintenance project at over $5 million, that this is funded in part by Transnet and SB1 gas tax, and that's why it's so important. I've brought the fact that we need to have a regional plan at Sandag that actually meets state mandated goals because we want to continue to access the SB1 gas tax funding because without that, we're going to have a harder time balancing our budget. So we need to be able to have access to that fund. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Sam. I know I've had a lot of work with you over my last 6-7 years, however long we've been here working on traffic and how important it is to Vistans. We've also, in the last 6 years, had 2 fatalities at that intersection over there at Kaye Jules and Beaubier, I believe, pedestrian related. And for me, I drive up and down that road every day. I live right off that road, actually. Beaubier turns into Foothill Drive, which is the street that I live on. And I love the idea of the traffic circle there at Foothill and Oak. That is a huge pedestrian intersection and also a very heavily traveled intersection when it comes to school time. But when it comes to the stoplight there and the crosswalk, that's what has been, shouted out from the community for years, is that if we could put a stoplight and a crosswalk right there at the basin of Kaye Jules and Beaubier, it would slow traffic and definitely at least bring attention to that area, because you really had people playing Frogger there. I don't know if you remember the game Frogger, but you got to try to get there before the logs of the cars, get you. And it was really, we couldn't discourage people from crossing right there because it's the path of least resistance. And to think that they're going to walk all the way up the hill and cross at Vale Terrace or walk all the way down to Vista Way just wasn't reasonable. So I like the idea of a stoplight there. I don't want to bring back red light cameras. So I don't think that was anything that was, widely accepted from a city perspective. I know we ended up getting rid of those in the city. But I really think that for that particular large intersection, that stoplight's going to be a huge benefit, and I think the community is going to be really excited that it's there. In the event we see that it's not causing the impact that we want it to cause, we should definitely look at it. But I feel like that intersection right there, it's contiguous for the stoplights going down the area. Most of us stop at red lights, and I would think that particular intersection would be on a timer based off of the crosswalk signal, correct? Something like that, where it's not.
It would be a normal traffic signal with just
sensors per se, right?
Sensors and then push buttons for pedestrians, yes.
Okay, so the traffic flow would be pretty contiguous in the event there's not people obviously waiting to get in and off of Beaubier.
Yeah, but it mostly probably would be green for Beaubier because that's the dominant, traffic amount of traffic, I guess, unless traffic is coming out of Kaye Jules or there's a pedestrian crossing Beaubier.
Cool. Well, I really appreciate it. I appreciate you taking action on this. I think, like Councilwoman Contreras said, it's long overdue to have something done over here, and I think putting this there with a crosswalk, and maybe we could look at what type of crosswalk. I was into decorative crosswalks, anything to bring attention to a crosswalk. So another discussion, but thank you so much for working on it, because public safety is our biggest responsibility as elected officials, and your help in the traffic engineering and using all of your expertise with it makes our job a lot easier. So thank you.
Thank you. It's not my district there on Beaubier and Kaye Jules, but I'll chime in as well that I would support a future discussion about a roundabout or traffic circle in that area. The fact is that traffic circles provide an obstruction where traffic signals do not. And we can create change in the culture of a street by creating more obstruction for cars. And being more friendly to pedestrians sometimes means creating a greater blockade for those cars to have to slow down. So it might be something that the community is open to. I would be curious to hear from public feedback. Maybe they don't know that a traffic circle is possible there. They might think that their only option is a stoplight, and that sounds like that's kind of has been our approach. But I see, you know, the plans, the amazing shovel-ready project of the Emerald Corridor improvement, and that is, you know, mimicking this style of, you know, roundabout after roundabout as a way of slowing traffic, right, and managing that stream. But I think that traffic circles can be used to mitigate, and with such a comparable cost, it might be worth it. So I'd love to hear what the community has to say, and I would definitely support looking at a traffic circle as an alternative to the stoplight there at that location.
Just so you have a third, I would also like to discuss that. Thank you for all your hard work today, and that goes to all the staff and all the reports.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam.
So looking ahead, you'll next receive updates from staff in September. And at the March 2024 workshop, you'll have the opportunity to revisit goal setting. And this concludes staff's presentation. We remain available if there are any other questions.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just want to say one last thing about the traffic circle is that if in the event that the electricity goes out, you don't have to worry about that with the traffic circle. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you very much to all of our staff for putting in a lot of hard work today. We appreciate you. That'll conclude our meeting. We're adjourned.